Hi, Cherokee. You're muted. You're on mute.
Yeah, I just realised. Sorry about that. How are you?
Good.
How things going there? Yep.
Well, okay. As far as I have anything to do with, I can't speak for the others. Yes. But
yeah,
I don't
of course you can.
Yes. Yeah. So how's things for you in Perth?
Good. And we zoomed in the Discovering Buddhism group at Chenrezig last weekend, and the one in Bunbury. We zoomed at lunchtime to say hello because we were in the same, doing the same thing at the same time. So it was nice connection. So I'm back in Perth now.
All right. Okay.
Is that noisy? Did you just? There was a truck just went by.
There was something faint in the background, but that won't interrupt things.
Faint. Okay, it's not usual on a Saturday morning, but anyway, yes. Hopefully it's the only truck. Yeah.
Okay. I'm 9:29, so I'll let you go.
Okay. Okay, so here we are again, another day, another week of the prayerathon, and sort of launching that off, having the great opportunity to be able to kick off this weekend's prayerathon from here in Perth at Hayagriva Buddhist Centre. And I was just sort of thinking as I was joining in that we're having I wasn't thinking, I'm knowing we're having a day of practice day, meditation, wisdom and compassion. And I was sort of just, what I was thinking was how precious, that we have all these precious practices that we can do at such a difficult time in the world. Not that we can do that, of course, we must do, as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche has given us this precious time to be able to offer our prayers and hopes and sort of kind, compassionate thoughts from our hearts, sincere, most deep kindness and compassion for everyone suffering in the world, of course, all the time, but particularly in relation to this pandemic. And so we can contemplate the fact that, well over 5 million of our fellow human brothers, sisters in this world have lost their lives to COVID so far. And even though we have all these vaccinations rolling out and all these wonderful, wonderful, amazing measures, sort of politically, medically, scientifically, and so forth, still there's another wave coming. I was hearing in Europe, for example, was it like fourth wave in places like the Netherlands and Germany and so forth, probably other places. All those people have lost their lives have been, if we say, almost half of that has been those who've passed away in the US, in Brazil and India combined. So 3 very different parts of the world and different, sort of cultures and systems and so forth, that, COVID doesn't discriminate. And we can say, nor does our compassion, our karuna virus, not discriminating between any one of us, physically, mentally, emotionally, we're all the same. And, so we can hold all those and all their loved ones in our hearts. Also that, was it 256 going on for 257, 256.8 million have contracted COVID in the world. So that's a lot of people, with that very close encounter, whether it have been life-threatening almost, or whether it have been just, they could go about their daily business, whether they were in ICU, whether they were, able to be at home and so forth, or in quarantine somewhere. And so, this has deeply, deeply affected our world, such that we're all making different priorities in our lives for what's most important. And it sort of really brings the essence, the meaning of our life. So setting our motivation then for this next 24 hours, following after the advice from Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the method to transform a suffering life into happiness. So as Rinpoche guides, at the beginning of each day, after you open your eyes, until enlightenment is achieved, and until death, and especially today, so that all the activities of your body, speech and mind, hearing, thinking, meditating, walking, sitting, sleeping, doing our job, engaging in this prayerathon, those of us leading, those in the multimedia team supporting that, those monks and nuns coordinating that, and IMI and everybody involved with this, and all of us listening and participating and, just hearing the words. All of this to become the cause of happiness, and especially the cause to achieve Buddhahood, which is the ultimate, most genuine happiness, eudaimonia, lasting, genuine happiness, bliss. So transforming every ordinary action of our body, speech and mind, and every prayer-filled and virtuous action into a method for accomplishing benefit and happiness for all sentient beings. So we can hold that sort of vast picture of all our kind mother sentient beings, our mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, and so forth, family of this life, whether alive or dead, or all the other beings who've been our, mothers, brothers, sisters, have been our, sort of kind family in past lives, will be in future lives, are in this life, and so forth. In other words, all beings, whether they be human or not. But we can hold them in our hearts, and visualize them on every atom of space. So hold them in our hearts, hold them dear, hold them precious. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realizations, principles of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. And then we might want to, from our own side, add in those who we particularly want to pray for at this time, whether affected by COVID, whether affected by other diseases, whether going through difficulties, problems in their lives, including all of us, embracing every being with our heart. So then, turning to the practice of the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. So as we've learnt in this period also a lot, a lot more about Thangtong Gyalpo. I think a few years before, Lama Zopa Rinpoche had indicated for FPMT to send the image, an image of Thangtong Gyalpo around all the centres. So we had it up on our program door, spiritual programs, education program door, and at Chenrezig, and many other people as well doing like that. But Thangtong Gyalpo, this sort of great yogi of Tibet in the 15th century, who was renowned for helping the country in so many practical ways, was an engineer and constructed, 58 iron bridges and a further 60 wooden bridges, I think both in Tibet and Bhutan, I read somewhere, but also, and many of those still being in use today. And it's a very practical, 118 ferry crossings, 120 gompas, so places of prayer and so forth, 111 stupas, and many thousands of statues, big and small, and just countless Thangka paintings and so forth. And said to have been also an emanation of Shakyamuni Buddha. So incredibly powerful. It boggles our minds, you know, the capacity of beings. But this is where compassion builds that power. So we can think, following in the footsteps of Thangtong Gyalpo, may the power of our compassion connecting, you know, in this space around the world be the medicine needed in the world. The actual compassion be the medicine needed in the world. So we recite this prayer. So visualizing, re-establishing every sentient being on space, on every atom around you, all our kind mother sentient beings who've been our mothers in this life, past lives, future lives. Every single and every one of them arising in human form around you as much as you can, holding them in your field of vision, creating this vast space-like refuge, which was given from Arya Chenrezig Avalokiteshvara to Ka Napa Paljo Sherab, who was the teacher of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo and then passed on to Thangtong Gyalpo. And then the infinite benefits, as we've heard, that caused for living beings in the world at that time, when no other methods would subdue this pandemic that was rife at the Sakya seat, and that looked like the monastery was going to be annihilated by disease. And so through the power of this prayer, that all of that got turned around. So we can think power of our prayer contributing in the world, along with the medical interventions, the scientific interventions and vaccines that, you know, government controls, border force, and all of that, along with everybody, we contribute through the power of our prayer. So each and every one of us, and then visualizing in front an image of Shakyamuni Buddha as or the objects of refuge, elaborate or simply all of that arising, our guru, inseparable, our gurus, our teachers, inseparable from Shakyamuni Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Resting your awareness in that space, that infinite clarity, luminosity of your own mind, connecting with your own Buddha nature, fully realized as the Dharmakaya, the truth body, wisdom body of the Buddha, in sync with it, reality just as it is, no elaboration on top. Abide there with the protection, with the guidance of our precious gurus, of all the Buddhas, particularly Shakyamuni Buddha. We've made a connection within this fortunate eon, or the Dharma we've encountered that's entered our mind stream, or the Arya Sangha who had the great realizations and ultimately the realizations in our own mind stream. So abiding there in that infinite space, like the sun rising in the world, dispelling the darkness of our confusion. Dwell in that clarity, luminosity of mere awareness. And from that infinite spacious mind arises the altruistic motivation to be of benefit, to help others, our compassion mind. So as we say, on the basis of this, sort of wisdom, skillful means, we place our compassion, our action, engaging in this practice together. So here, recalling every kind mother sentient being around us on every atom of space, and we could visualize above our crown, above their crown, an emanation of this pure, infinite, altruistic compassion that is in our nature. And Charles Darwin virtually said it was in our DNA. We can't help but help. We're propelled towards compassion. We can't bear the suffering of ourselves, let alone that of others. So like that, so whether it's Arya, Chenrezig, another Buddha form or so forth, Mother Tara, any image, any get a sense of someone or some being who for you represents infinite altruistic compassion, and visualize them above the crown of your head. And as we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, the light and the nectar and the healing energy from this emanation above your crown and the crown of every sentient being enters through our crowns and just sort of brings in all this, down into the center of your body, all the healing, pacifying energy, soothing, cooling our agitated minds and disturbances and so forth, just really refreshing, cooling. Let's recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. So allow that mantra to just resonate in space, transform the whole environment into atoms of compassion, subatomic particles of compassion, vibrating externally, vibrating internally in our bodies and the bodies of everyone around us. And this healing, powerful light energy continuing to stream down through the crown of this emanation, which dissolves into an orb of light and just sort of melts down like, snowflakes melting and just descending into every particle of your being, transforming your body into, completely healed, clear, crystal, emanating rays of light in all directions out to every other sentient being around you, every other one you visualized around you, every atom of space. And similarly with them, and then from their heart and your heart to them and their heart back, we can, have what I like to say, heart to heart resuscitation of karuna. Karuna, infinite altruistic compassion, really is what connects us heart to heart. Really feel that heart connection. Even those of us might be socially isolated, but heart connected, never separated. Even this life, even lifetime to lifetime. Caring, concern for each other. What most needed in the world. Most needed in our lives, most needed in our minds. On the basis of that infinite altruistic compassion, wishing to help by whatever means we are capable, recite the actual prayer known as liberating the Sakya from the disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then, doing final dedication of this initial session of our prayerathon, 24-hour prayerathon this weekend. So from Shanti Deva's Bodhisattva's Way of Life, the extract from the dedication chapter. May all sentient beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvest. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other as long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain. Until then, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. So then sealing all these dedications and prayers in emptiness, whatever understanding we have of emptiness in our minds, in our hearts, as Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, even hearing the word already starts to loosen our grasp on everything that causes us suffering. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May the I, which is merely labeled by the mind, attain the state of full enlightenment, arising in dependence on many, many causes and conditions, not existing inherently from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who exist in mere name to that state by myself alone. It's a mere hallucination my mind has made up. No existence on any atom of space. Because of emptiness, everything is possible. Everything is possible. Okay, so thank you very much. And zooming back now to Chenrezig Institute, to Venerable Ailso in the Tara Gompa there. Hello.
Hi, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll begin by generating a positive motivation for doing this session of Thangtong Gyalpo practice. So, of course, the ideal motivation is one of bodhicitta. Very special mind. It's thought to become enlightened in order to be able to enlighten all other living beings and relieve them from all their suffering and bring them every happiness. So, of course, this is generated on the basis of great compassion and compassion. The wish for all living beings to be free from suffering and the causes of suffering, their negative karma and delusions. So in particular, we're doing this practice with the hope that we can relieve the suffering from COVID-19 all around the world. So I've been realizing myself, and I think it's sort of common feeling now where people have become a bit hardened to the whole pandemic. And we kind of see figures like this week, I saw something about there was a 5th wave of the pandemic in Germany. And you hear things like, you know, in Britain, at least 200 people a day are dying. In Australia, it's not those kind of figures, but in terms of infections, in Victoria, there are at least 1,000 people a day becoming infected, and of those, maybe 8 to 10 dying. But I realize now that in some ways my mind's become hardened to this because it's now going on 2 years that we've been hearing these figures and dealing with this situation. But I think it's important to refresh our compassion if we can, that while these just seem to be figures that we hear or read about, in actual fact, it's the suffering of many living beings, including animals these days, because we're seeing more and more that animals are becoming infected and becoming ill and dying of COVID-19. So we need to keep fresh in our mind an awareness of the suffering that's involved in having this disease. So bring to mind as strongly as you can the various video clips you've seen of people with this disease or articles you've read. Think about those with long COVID, which means that for months after actually contracting the illness, they're experiencing various physical and mental problems as a result. And also, just remember that this is just one suffering, even in terms of illnesses. This is just one illness among many illnesses that human beings and animals experience. And think of all the many other problems we've kind of taken back seat in terms of the news these days, but all of those other problems are still being experienced by living beings. So just bring to mind as vividly as you can the physical and mental sufferings associated with COVID-19, and also remember all the other hardships, all the other problems and sufferings that are experienced by the billions of people on this planet. And from your heart, generate a strong wish to be able to relieve all those beings of their suffering and the causes of their suffering, the negative karma and delusions. And to bring them every happiness, not just temporary immediate happiness, the happiness of this life, but happiness beyond this life. And ideally, ultimate happiness, the ultimate happiness of liberation from samsara, from suffering existence, and the peerless happiness of full enlightenment. So just think that it's for these reasons that you're doing this practice. So we'll begin with Thangtong Gyalpo's special refuge verse, which we'll recite 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we'll recite Manipami Hong, the mantra of Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion. So if you have a great Chenrezig initiation or a highest yoga tantra initiation, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig. Otherwise, visualize Chenrezig on the crown of your head if you do the visualizations. So first, bringing to mind all the millions of people around the world with COVID-19, or are still recovering from COVID-19 with the long COVID syndrome. Think particularly of those in aged care facilities. Think particularly of those in developing countries where vaccination rates are still quite low. So think of the physical and mental suffering that results from contracted COVID-19 and generate a strong wish to relieve every single person or animal who has this disease, to be free of it and its consequent sufferings. So with that thought of compassion, that wish to relieve them from the suffering and its causes, from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each of those beings, healing white light descends, pacifying their immediate sufferings, but more importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig. So just doing this visualization as we recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. So then rejoice, feeling happiness from your heart, that at the level of visualization, you've been able to send out healing white light rays to everyone who's contracted COVID-19 and those still recovering from it. That you've been able to pacify their immediate physical and mental sufferings, and more importantly, purify them of the cause of all their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transform each and every one of them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So next, bring to mind all the millions of frontline workers all around the world who are caring for those who've contracted COVID-19, whether in hospitals or at home. Think of their dedication, their generosity, but also think of the hardships they're undertaking to deal with this pandemic. Think about all the workers in hospitals, not just the doctors and nurses, and not just the ICU people, but the people in all the wards, the cooks, the cleaners, the porters. Think of the people who are caring for family members at home. Think about the paramedics, the really frontline workers who are experiencing a lot of anxiety and frustration in relation to trying to care with people with COVID-19. Think of also people in the testing and vaccination centers. All these people are putting themselves in danger every day in order to care for those with COVID-19. And have things like the discomfort involved in wearing PPE for hours and hours a day, the anxiety that comes about possibly contracting COVID-19 themselves or taking it home to their families. So bringing to mind all the mental and physical hardships being experienced by frontline workers, kind of exhaustion, emotional exhaustion that comes dealing with this kind of pandemic for almost 2 years now. And then generate a strong thought of compassion, a strong wish to relieve all that suffering. Then from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes the crown of each and every one of those frontline workers. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate physical and mental problems, but also purifying them, the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into Chenrezig, a fully enlightened being. So just doing this as you recite Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, that you've been able to relieve all those frontline workers of all their physical and mental hardships, and more importantly, purify the cause of all their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion. So now bring to mind all the millions of people around the world who are grieving because they've lost family members or friends to COVID-19. So I haven't seen a recent figure, but I imagine that the total number of deaths must be at something like 5 million around the world now. And even if you think that for each person who's died, the 10 people are grieving for them, then there are at least 50 million people, twice the population of Australia, grieving around the world. So some people haven't had any sense of closure because of the nature of this disease, and many people die isolated in ICU units with no chance for family or friends to be with them. Many people have been buried in mass graves, unmarked graves, in countries like Brazil. So think of all these millions of people around the world who are grieving because they've lost someone in this pandemic. Generate a strong thought of compassion, a strong wish to relieve them from their grief, as well as their other problems. And in particular, to purify them, the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions. With a strong thought of compassion, from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each of those grieving people. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate feelings of grief and loss. More importantly, purifying them, the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion. So just doing this visualization as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, that at the level of your visualization, you've been able to send out healing white light rays to all the grieving, millions of grieving people around the world who've lost family members or friends to COVID-19, and able to pacify their immediate feelings of grief and loss and sorrow. But more importantly, purify them, the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, a fully enlightened being. So now bring to mind the billions of people around the world who are experiencing various mental or physical hardships because of this pandemic, not necessarily because they've contracted the disease themselves, but because of the consequences of the pandemic, the social isolation, increased anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts, increase in domestic violence and abuse. And also bring to mind the many people around the world who are angry at the moment because of government mandates, who are objecting to mandates about vaccination, etc. In many countries around the world, there's increased violence because of people's protests against the government mandates. So think about the suffering of all those people on both sides of the argument, kind of anger and frustration that's arising. So bringing to mind all this consequent suffering from the pandemic, with billions of people on this planet, and generate a strong thought of compassion, a strong wish to relieve every single living being of all that suffering. From your heart as Chenrezig, from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each of those suffering beings. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate sufferings. But more importantly, relieving them, purifying them, the cause of all their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. Just doing this visualization as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, that at the level of this visualization, you've been able to relieve all the billions of people around the world suffering various consequences of this pandemic, whether physical, mental, or economic, emotional. Not only that, you've been able to purify them, the cause of all their suffering, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of a fully enlightened being, Chenrezig. So now, finally, bring to mind as vividly as you can all sentient beings. So with whatever knowledge you have of the 6 realms, think of the particular sufferings being experienced by the beings in the 6 realms. Many of them much worse sufferings than experiencing COVID-19. If you're not familiar with the 6 realms, then concentrate on the human and animal realms. And think of the sufferings experienced in those particular realms, as well as the general sufferings of samsara. And generating a strong thought of compassion, a strong wish to relieve every single living being of all their problems and its causes. That thought of compassion from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each of those sentient beings. Pacifies their immediate sufferings. More importantly, purifies them, the cause of all their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. Om Mani Padme. So rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, being able to relieve the suffering and cause of sufferings of all living beings, every single sentient being in each of the 6 realms, pacifying the particular sufferings related to their realm, general sufferings of samsara, and purifying them, the cause of all their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now we'll recite Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer, which he composed to liberate a Sakya monastery from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now dedicating any merit, any positive energy we've created by doing this practice to the following goals as outlined by Shantideva in the final chapter of A Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. Through the virtue of having done this practice, may all living beings come to engage in the Bodhisattva's conduct. May all beings everywhere plagued with sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. For as long as they remain in psychic existence, may their mundane happiness never decline, and may all of them uninterruptedly receive waves of joy from bodhisattvas. May the blind see forms, may the deaf hear sounds, and just as it was with Maya Devi, may pregnant women give birth without any pain. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find new hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their illness, and may every disease in the world, especially COVID-19, never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting one another. May no living creature ever suffer, commit wrong, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, or their minds ever be depressed. In all temples and monasteries, may reading and recitation flourish and remain. May the Sangha always be in harmony, and may their purposes be accomplished. May sentient beings again and again make offerings to all the Buddhas, and may they constantly be joyful with the inconceivable bliss of the Buddhas. Just as they intended, may the Bodhisattvas fulfill the welfare of the world, and may all sentient beings receive whatever the Buddhas have intended for them. For as long as space endures, and for as long as living beings remain, until then may I too abide to dispel the misery of the world. Thank you very much, and handing over to...
Who's next?
Can't see from here.
She's switched off at the moment.
Who is it?
Yongten?
Yunten, US. Yeah.
US.
Hi, Yunten.
Hey, Elsa, nice to see you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Enjoy your session.
Thank you. Thank you. See ya.
Bye.
Okay, folks. So we'll revive our bodhicitta motivation, and we'll use a Lamrim prayer to do that.
Okay, so that one's complete.
And today we'll use a glance meditation on all the important points of the Lamrim. Nature that embodies all the Buddhas, source of all the pure transmission and realization Dharma, principle amongst all the Arya Sangha, I take refuge in all magnificent pure Gurus. Please bless my mind to become Dharma, that Dharma to become the path, and that path to be free of all hindrances. Until I achieve enlightenment, may I, just like the Bodhisattvas, Shano Norsang and Thangtong, practice pure devotion to my Guru in thought and action. See all the actions of my Guru as excellent and fulfill whatever he advises. Please bless me with the potential to accomplish this. Knowing that this highly meaningful, perfect human rebirth is difficult to obtain and easily lost, realizing the profundity of cause and effect and the unbearable sufferings of the lower realms. From my heart, I take refuge in the three precious sublime ones, abandon negativity and practice virtue in accordance with the Dharma. Please bless me with the potential to accomplish this. In dependence on this, I am able to attain only the higher rebirths of humans and gods, Not having abandoned afflictions, I have to experience uninterrupted, limitless cyclic existence. By contemplating well how cyclic existence works, may I train day and night in the principal path of the three precious higher trainings, the means of attaining liberation. Please bless me with the potential to always train like this. In dependence on this, I am able to attain only self-liberation, as there is not one sentient being in all the 6 realms who has not been my mother or father. I will turn away from this lower happiness and generate the wish to fulfill their ultimate purposes. By contemplating the path of equalizing and exchanging self for others, I will generate the precious bodhicitta and engage in the bodhisattva's actions of the 6 perfections. Please bless me with the potential to train in this way. Having trained like this in the common path, I myself will not have aversion to experiencing the sufferings of cyclic existence for a long time. But by the force of extraordinary, unbearable compassion for sentient beings, may I enter the quick path of the Vajrayana, by observing purely my vows and pledges, even at the cost of my life. May I quickly attain the unified state of Vajradhara. In one brief lifetime of this degenerate age, please bless me with the potential to attain this. And in particular, may all of the obstacles related to COVID-19 be immediately dispelled. May everything problematic related to the pandemic be quickly dispelled. All obstacles, inner and outer. And whatever we don't have the karma to be dispelled, may we have the mental fortitude to take on the path to awakening, using all of these hardships as fuel for practice, ways to open the heart, develop the mind. And visualize above the crown of your head is Arya Avalokiteshvara Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, radiant white, made of transparent light, the embodiment of compassionate wisdom. And think this is a representation of my own potential. This image embodies all of my teachers and the qualities of compassion and wisdom are present here with this visualization. And I take refuge in them. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then imagine from Chenrezig's heart center, streams of white light flow down through the crown of your head, down and through, purifying your body, speech, and mind. Purifying and protecting. And think that simultaneously this happens for all sentient beings as well. And holding this visualization or the idea of this purifying light, we add the mantra. Namo Ratnatrayaya, Namo Hayayana, Sagara, Verochana Vuharatsaya, Tathagataya, Ahate Samyak Sambuddhaya, Namo Sawa Tathagate Be, Ahate Be Samyak Sambuddha Be. Namo Arya Avalokite, Shoraya Bodhisattvaya, Mahasattvaya, Mahakarunikaya, Dayata Om Dara Dara, Diri Diri, Duru Duru, Ite Vate Sale Sale, Prasale, prasale, kusume, kusume, warili mili ziti zolam hapanaye soha. Namo Ratnatrayaya, Namo Hayayana, Sakara, Verochana Vuharatsaya, Tathagataya, Ahate Samyak Sambuddhaya, Namo Sawa Tathagate Be, Ahate Be Samyak Sambuddha Be, Namo Arya Avalokite, Shoraya Bodhisattvaya, Mahasattvaya, Makarunikaya, Jayata Om Dara Dara, Diri Diri, Duru Duru, Ite Bate Sale Sale, Prasale Prasale, Kusume Kusume, Warili Mili Siti Solam Hapanaye Soha. Namo Ratnatrayaya, Namo Hayayana, Sagara, Verochana Vuharatsaya, Tathagataya, Ahate Samyak Sambuddhaya, Namo Sawa Tathagate Be, Ahate Be Samyak Sambuddha Be, Namo Arya Avalokite, Shoraya Bodhisattvaya, Mahasattvaya, Makarunikaya, Dayata Om Dara Dara, Diri Diri, Duru Duru, Ite Bate Sale Sale, Prasale Prasale, Kusume Kusume, Warili Mili Siti Zolam Hapanaye Soha. Namo Ratnatrayaya Namo Hayayana Sagara Virochana Buharatsaya Tathagataya Ahate Samyak Sambuddhaya Namo Sawatatagate Be Ahate Be Samyak Sambuddha Be Namo Arya Havalokite Shoraya Bodhisattvaya Mahasattvaya Makarunikaya Tayata Om Tara Tara Diri Diri Duru Duru Ite Bate Sale Sale Prasale Prasale Kusume Kusume Wari Hili Mili Siti Zoram Hapanae Soha Om Mani Padme Hum 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. And continue the mantra under your breath, together with the visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Money pimmy, 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 money pimmy. Money pimmy, money pimmy, money. Money pimmy, money pimmy, money pimmy, money pimmy, money pimmy, money pimmy. Money pimmy, 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 money pimmy. Money. Money pimmy, money pimmy, money pimmy, money pimmy, money pimmy, money pimmy. Money pimmy, money pimmy, money pimmy, money pimmy. Money pimmy, money pimmy, money pimmy. Money pimmy. And then we do the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the takinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the takinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the takinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so think that the Chenrezig above your crown dissolves into light and absorbs into you, blessing your body, speech, and mind. And dedicate. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creatures suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world. May they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the misery of the world. And remembering the lack of inherently existent agent, ourselves, the prayer, the practice, the action of doing it, the results from it, everything related to this practice, all lacks inherent existence because it dependently arises. And relaxing your attention. So we'll do another session now, and this time we'll use a motivation from Lama Tsongkhapa called the Swift Fulfillment of Wishes. And this prayer is not as commonly done, but it was recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche as one other way of helping to dispel all the obstacles related to the pandemic, just like the prayer that we're doing each week. So this is a little add-on that is nice to do. So just thinking that we make these aspirations just as Lama Tsongkhapa did. And excuse me, it was actually by Serkom Rinpoche Ngawan Sultram Dunden, and it's in a request to Great Jetsun Tsongkhapa, excuse me. So the swift fulfillment of wishes and dependence on the Great Jetsun Tsongkhapa. Namo Guru. Supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the three saffron robes, spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With a nature of primordially pure, clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind. To you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nirmanakaya emanations, appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space. To you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarreling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion, and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petal lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness, to you I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to turn to for hope, when we make requests in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Drapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, Son, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And so we add to that, may all of the obstacles related to the pandemic swiftly be dispelled. And visualize Chenrezig Avalokiteshvara above your crown and above all other sentient beings as well. Radiant white, made of transparent light. And we direct our motivation prayer to him. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And then think that streams of white nectar light descend from the heart center of Chenrezig down through the crowns of all of our heads, flushing our systems clean, purifying and protecting, soothing stress, healing, clearing obstacles. And keeping awareness of that visualization, we add the mantras of Chenrezig, first the long and then the short. Namo Ratnatrayaya, Namo Hayayana, Sagara, Verochana Vuharatsaya, Tatagataya, Ahate Samyak Sambuddhaya, Namo Sawa Tatagate Be, Ahate Be Samyak Sambuddha Be. Namo Arya Avalokite, Shoraya Bodhisattvaya, Mahasattvaya, Mahakarunikaya, Dayata Om Dara Dara, Diri Diri, Duru Duru, Ite Vate Sale Sale, Prasale, prasale, kusume, kusume, wari hili mili siti tolam hapanae soha. Namo Ratnatrayaya, Namo Haryayana, Sagara, Verochana Vuharatsaya, Tatagataya, Ahate Samyak Sambuddhaya, Namo Sawa Tatagate Be, Ahate Be Samyak Sambuddha Be, Namo Arya Avalokite, Shoraya Bodhisattvaya, Mahasattvaya, Mahakarunikaya, Dayata Om Dara Dara, Diri Diri, Duru Duru, Ite Vate Sale Sale, Prasale Prasale, Kusume Kusume, Wari Hili Mili Siti Tolam Apanae Soha. Namo Ratnatraya Namo Hayayana Sargara Virojana Bharatsaya Tathagataya Arhate Samyak Sambuddhaya Namo Sawa Tathagate Be Ahate Be Samyak Sambuddha Be Namo Arya Avalokite Shoraya Bodhisattvaya Mahasattvaya Mahakarunikaya Tayata Om Tara Tara Diri Diri Duru Duru Ite Vate Sale Sale Prasale prasale kusume kusume warili mili siti sola mapanai soha. Om mani padme hum. 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 Om mani. Om mani padme hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum.
And the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions,
such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so think that once more, light flowing down from Chenrezig, down and through you and all sentient beings, purifying body, speech, and mind. Ripening realizations, and that Chenrezig then dissolves into light and absorbs into you, blessing your body, speech, and mind, blessing all sentient beings. And we dedicate. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again.
Malupa de sala upasho janchu samchorim poshe ma ke panam ke gyuchi ke panyam pame payi gone gondu pelwasho toni dawarim poshe ma ke panam ke gyuchi ke panyam pame payi gone gondu pelwasho. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side,
May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samattabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merit of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one Losang Drapa shine resplendent forever. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay, so now, hi, over to Venerable Angie. Hi from Land of Medicine Buddha.
Hi.
Have a nice day.
Altar. Beautiful altar at the background.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Have a lovely session. Oh, sorry, what?
You settled into Land of Medicine Buddha?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
There's a lot going on.
Definitely, but
changes, yeah. So settling's probably not the right word, but you're trying to adjust to all the changes, probably, yeah.
Yeah. I hopefully see you next month at some of the things.
I'm not sure if I'm going to come in person or not, but yeah. Anyway, it's wonderful for the centre that Rinpoche's coming. It's amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
It's really
I think it will help.
Yeah, it'll definitely help. Yeah, that's great.
Well, lovely to see you. Have a lovely session.
Thank you. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, just take a moment to cultivate our motivation. Just reminding ourselves the purpose of our life is to free ourselves and all sentient beings from suffering and the causes of suffering, karma and delusion. So that's the main thread of our lives for those of us who are Buddhist practitioners, to try and achieve that all the time with our body, speech and mind, all the causes to purify the delusions and to create all the positive karma and merit, to achieve at least a good future rebirth. And then beyond that, the higher motivation of achieving liberation from samsara, and with the highest motivation to achieve liberation and enlightenment for all sentient beings, so we can be fully qualified to lead all sentient beings to enlightenment. And in particular, we're doing this practice to pacify dangers of from pandemic, any kind of disease or any kind of pandemic or disease, for that to be completely pacified, for any other kind of disturbances of the outer elements, inner elements, water, air, fire and wind and earth, for those to be completely purified as quickly as possible. And here in America and all over the world, all the different problems that are happening, we're also going to recite the prayer to pacify famine and the prayer to pacify harm from dangers of weapons. So of course this is happening all over the world, all these different dangers. So just to wish that all sentient beings never find themselves in these conditions, and to pray to Chenrezig, Thangtong Gyalpo, by reciting Om Mani Padme Hum in these prayers for all this good karma to ripen, protection for sentient beings from these different dangers to happen as quickly as possible through the blessings of the Guru Buddhas. So I'm going to recite the prayer to liberate from disease a few times, and each time doing 500 Omani Padme Hums. And then at the end, as I mentioned, reciting the one for the farm to pacify famine and to pacify danger of weapons, and then doing dedication along with prayers. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, we go for refuge to assembly of gurus, meditational deities, dakinis, we go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, we go for refuge to assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis, we go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, we go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, dakinis, we go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Oh, mani bemi, 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 oh. Mani bemi, oh, 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 mani bemi, oh. Oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi, oh, mani bemi. Oh, mani bemi, 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 oh, mani bemi. Oh, mani bemi, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harm of spirits, sicknesses, illnesses, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like which lead any being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and non-infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of the animal lord of death. May all body beings be armed with 8,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, the proud dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the strength and infallibility of karma and its results, may this many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are ready. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, takinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. All Mani Padme Hum. All the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harm, spirits, illnesses, and ailments not occurring in the realms of the world. We whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like habitual leading beings to slaughter, separate the body from the mind in the mere instant not occurring in the realms of the world. Null embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, and enshrined to whose names terrifies beings who will be placed aside the mouth of Gyalpo, Lord of Death. Null embodied beings being harmed by 8,000 class of path interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to stubbornness of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified, and the body and mind of radiance, firm, endowed with long life, withheld from ill being. With the compassion of gurus and a triple gem, with the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, with the strength and infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha, we go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and kings, we go for refuge to the clarity of Rome and the Dharma. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, we go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and kings, we go for refuge to the clarity of Rome and the Dharma. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha, we go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and kings, we go for refuge to the clarity of Rome and the Dharma. Oh, mani bemyo, mani bemyo. Oh, mani bemyo, mani bemyo, mani bemyo. Oh, mani bemyo, mani bemyo, mani bemyo, mani bemyo, mani bemyo. Mani bemyo, mani bemyo, mani bemyo, mani bemyo. Oh, mani bemyo, 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 mani bemyo. Oh, mani bemyo. No, the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings result from calm and temporary conditions such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and elements not occur in the realms of the world. And whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a creature leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. All embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and infectious diseases, a mere sound of whose name terrifies beings, is all in place inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 80,000 class of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harmed suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to stubbornness of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified, and the body and mind of radiance and power, may endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of Gurus and his triple gem, the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the strength and infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. So we'll do this prayer one more time. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, we go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha, we go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and kinis, we go for refuge to the clarity of all minds of Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, bikinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, bikinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, money, 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 money. Oh, mani padme hum. All the diseases that sadden minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and elements, not occur in the realms of the world. But whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease, like habituating a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Maul embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings whose will have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. All embodied beings being armed with 8,000 class of ample interference, 360 evil spirits armed suddenly, 424 diseases, so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life and good health and well-being. By the compassion of gurus and triple gem, by the power of bikinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. So now we'll do the request to pacify the fear of harm. Having generated the mind aspiring to high supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assembly of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, healers, Prajika Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Sikinis, and Dharma guardians in 10 directions. The actual will of God, Lord of Treasure, along with your retinues. Think of these protectless living beings, the generate times with love, and then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed. Jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on the swells, lands of snows. Please pacify the harm of the 4 elements of timely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like we do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests for strong entreaties through the force of compassion, may the aim of sickness, fighting, and famine pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of victorious ones and his children, the force of infallible truth of cause and effect, may teaching of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And now the words of truth pacifying the danger of weapons. Mani Padme Hum, great loving, victorious one, eyes flying, compassionate eye, looking one. Wrathful, victorious, high grieva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Object of refuge, whose holy name eliminates all danger upon me hearing, her compassionate nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings, the time of quarrelling and the flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of the great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great rain of nectar of loving kindness on the transmigrated beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering some mental continuum change instantly into the mind of an asura, please from now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the beings who have died in war from now on to abandon illegal karma, cause and result, and be miraculously born in blissful land. Please lead also others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives, not of sicknesses, stop all their quarrelling and fighting, enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in inhabitants and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure nature, and retrain cause and result, which is that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So now we'll do the dedication prayers from the FPMT prayer book, or either the essential one prayers or the retreat book. Chenrezig Rinpoche, Mage Panam Gyurshi, Yevanyam Bame Payan, Gone Gondu Pelmarsho. For a long life, His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Jetengam dir bende malupa, Gamle Junwe, Sambel Yishin, Karen Sume, Tenzing Yaksocho, Kuse Drenching, Tushe Lundrusho. Save for the Snowland teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. Lotus holder, Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And just do some dedication of the same as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas dedicated, and I'm going to recite a longer long life prayer for Rinpoche at the end. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri in whose realities is, and just like Samantha Bhattacharya as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue, with the dedication phrased as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of 3 times in order to have good conduct. For Lama Tsongkhapa's teachings to spread in the hearts of all sentient beings, for the Dhamma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dhamma to flourish, may all signs and obstacles be pacified, and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to 2 types of merit of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Trapa, shine resplendent forever. And then we're going to do the long life prayer for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, composed by Trijang Rinpoche. I'll just take a moment to find it here. Om Swaste, Vijaya, all-conquering goddess, whose lunar-like phase changes with a changing phase, the faintest cooling ray of whose mantra name lays the fiery pain of her life's final end. Remaker Dept who brings forth life's rain, here now grant your greatest of gifts, victorious goddess, grant life without end. Hear our prayer, Lama Mira Bear. You who bear the name of Ye, appeals the whole's living essence, the pure paradigmatic doctrine, the victors, of He alone are dominant there. Fear guides blind liberation, sphere of peace. Precious treasure, precise and subtle reasoning, golden laser light of bright and erring wisdom. Clarifying without confusion the true truths amongst the multiplicity of things. Lama remain immutably amongst us, the radiant Dharma sun. Skilled in sprinkling the waters of healing, fulfilling needs, benefiting all. A laughing smile revealing pills of skill, humility, and constancy. Deep milky sea of liquid moon and morality, and Lama remain immutably amongst us, one supremely worthy of veneration. The moon of your Mahayana mind ring drowned by the fever cooling camphor on a sullied, unsurpassed soul, brilliant as swells to the bounds of space. And bounded seas, the happiness of now and bliss of always, Lama remain immutable amongst us, a moon guiding our way. Your teachings are vast spreading rivers of celestial nectars, your dialectics an invincible cutting badger web. Your writings thousand petal lotuses unfolding their glory, Lama remain immutable amongst us, the guardian of highest knowledge. By the might of seas, the spiritual masters, deities, and doctrine protectors, by the power of profound dependent arising and the bearing emptiness of all that appears, may all the hopes of our prayers with effortless ease be spontaneously fulfilled. And then we'll just dedicate an emptiness. Due to these merits and merits of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and all sentient beings of the eye 3 times, which are empty from the inside. May the eye, which is empty from soul side, quickly achieve enlightenment, which is empty from soul side, and lead all sentient beings who are empty from their own side to that enlightenment by myself, which is empty from soul side. Okay.
Hello, Venerable Angie. How are you?
Good. How are you? Where are you now? Are you in Orlando?
I'm at Nalanda at the moment, yes.
Oh, are you staying there or just visiting?
Well, I was staying here, put it this way. I'm heading to the UK next week. So,
okay.
yeah, I've been here 3 months.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's been an interesting time. It's nice to sit in a lovely gompa as well. You know what I mean? It makes such a change. And yes, but well recognized, you know. But you know what? I looked at the schedule. I thought, that's an odd spot for dear Angie, because usually more towards the end of prayerathon.
I'm usually at the end, yeah. It usually works better, but the other nun Annette's away at the moment, so I'm on a bit of a different schedule. So I'm probably going to be on this slot for the next couple of weeks, and then I'll probably go back to my other slot again after that.
You know, well, it's nice because of the slot that you had before. Sometimes people booked up before, and I didn't get to see you much the last few. Must have been a couple of months now.
Yeah, you've been on a different schedule, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I thought, you know what, I just wait until everybody's pulled in.
Well, also, you're just sort of filling in for people. I think you fill in a lot of the time anyway, of course, so you just let everybody go first.
Well, I should do, shouldn't I? No, it's, but sometimes it's really nice. You try to sort of keep one slot, you know, that is sort of where you go, okay, if everything else slows down, at least I got that regular slot. But it's nice to catch up. So I was really chuffed when I thought, oh, look, because I hadn't seen you, spoken to you in a while. So
well, I was on retreat. I think it was before I went on retreat. I saw you just before then, and that was in September.
Yeah.
So now we're in November, and time is just going very fast.
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. So anyway, how did you have a good retreat?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I like that place, our Shine land. You know, it's for retreat, and it's a really special. It's very blessed there, you know, and you've got your own cabin, and yeah, it's
oh, is that the one out in the sticks?
Yeah.
Where everybody goes like, yep.
No, you have to. You get shopping every 2 weeks. Somebody shops for you, and you just get your 2-week shop. The Namgyal, who's the monk, he's the director. He does the shopping. He's the director caretaker.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, I had a bear visit the cabin.
Oh, nice.
Just around the side, outside. I was inside at the time. The bear was outside, and it's not often you see a bear. So I was kind of relieved I was in the cabin when he came. But it was interesting to have a bear come. Yeah, I mean, I've been when I lived in Rinpoche's house in Washington. I saw a bear. I think a baby bear one time, because that's quite out in the sticks as well, you know. So, but So, but it's a great place for retreats, definitely. It's simple, and it's really blessed. And there was a stupa quite close to where my cabin is, so I could go and walk around the stupa every day. And and
but I bet,
I bet.
But I bet after you saw the bear, you were a bit more aware of your surroundings going around the stupa.
Oh yeah, because my refrigerator, like sometimes I get up in the morning, it was dark, but I wanted to make a tea and my milk's outside, and we have the refrigerators outside, and so is the bathroom. So I was like, you know, after the day after I saw the bear, I'm like, I'm going out there in the dark, you know, for anything. And at some point I had something, not a bear, but something quite heavy running over the roof every night. It was probably just a fox or something like that, you know, but it's a little bit eerie because you're in, you know, you have the caretaker, but your cabin's pretty much set on its own. So it's a little bit, you know, it's I'm a bit of a scaredy cat, so if I can do it, anybody can do it, you know.
But I mean, without being sort of careless about the whole thing, but it shows you also, we always go out and say, oh, you know, they're out to get us, but actually they're not, you know, I mean, it's,
No, that bear actually, because I was in the cabin sitting on my bed reading, and he just came about 10 feet away from the window, and I thought it was a deer, because the deer often pass there, and I heard the leaves crunching. And I thought, oh, I'm going to take a picture because it was so close to the cabin. And I jumped off the bed, and it heard me move, and he just ran off.
Yeah.
The only time that they would maybe attack is if you catch them with cubs.
Yeah.
If they've got babies, then they would attack like that. But otherwise, he's not going to, unless you do something really stupid, they're not going to bother you, you know, not a bear for sure.
Yeah.
There are mountain lions out there sometimes, and I think they might attack, but it's rare. Again, you don't see that. It's very rare, but there's always the possibility that they would be around.
Yeah, they go for their own menu normally, don't they?
Yeah, they tend to prefer. Yeah, but even then, they're not hunting humans. I mean, they need to be. I don't even know if they would if they're really hungry. You know, but it's usually foxes and baby deer and things like that. Yeah. But it's interesting just to be. When you're in retreat, the animal life, because I'm busy in my normal life, so I don't spend as much time thinking about the sufferings of the animal realm. But when you're in retreat, even just the spiders and the ants and the bug, you know, whatever's coming, it's like the animal realm's really, and especially being out in the forests like that, they're all like just ready to eat each other, you know. It's frightening, you know. There's nothing nice about it at all. We're just lucky because I have a roof over my head, and I'm not one of the main people that, you know, I'm not really one of the ones that they want to go after, but all of them out there are just ready. They just want to all eat each other, you know. That's how they survive. So it's I find it really good for that, you know, when you're out like that in the sticks, it's really, that's what's going on. But there's nothing else going on. There's no shops for them. It's different when you have pets, you know. I mean,
but you know what? On the upside, all the money they save, you know, they don't waste it in shops.
Eating each other and all the
No, I know.
No, I'm not being depressed. It's not to be depressing. It's also you just feel like, gosh, it's so fortunate to be human, you know, and it's so intense. It's intense to be an animal out in that, you know. So, but yeah, when I'm busy and things, I don't think about those things so much, you know. I just think, oh, there's a this and there's a that, but when you're in it, you really think, gosh, it's really horrendous for these animals out here, you know. So that's what I like about being out somewhere like that. You have a bit more ability to have a bit more deeper thought about things like that. You know? Ideally.
Yeah.
Anyway, 3 months in the Landa, that's quite a while for you to be in. Is that your longest time there?
Well, yes, it's you know, sometimes things just change a little bit. But I mean, we did when I was here, we did the FSS, and we just finished the TDSS. So it's been then Kyabje Lama was teaching.
There was the 40th anniversary as well, yeah.
That is going on as well. They sort of just about finishing that one off, and then we had they got the Lamrim Chemo being taught by Kyabje Lama, and you know, it's quite a lot of stuff going on. So it's yes, it's been and it's nice to see the change of seasons. You know, as you said, being back in nature, you know, you realize what you sometimes miss, you know, how things are changing, sort of, Sussex. Okay, fair enough. We had the geese sometimes flying by, but here, because it's so set apart, the tranquility, you can, when you're out, there's nothing around, you can just hear sort of acorns drop and things like that, and it really connects you again to what's around you. So that's quite nice as well. And it's been an interesting stint. So
interesting. I noticed that you used the term interesting.
No, it's definitely sort of always a place to come back to. But it's I think it's good that we have these places, to.
There's no question. I mean, a lot of people, you need monastic environment. I mean, that's where how the Dharma survives, monastic environments. So it's not easy necessarily, but samsara's not easy. So I think everybody thinks in the monastery it's all going to be peaceful and everybody's, it's
You know what? But sometimes it can also, when you're not used to being that quiet, that much peace, like, okay, because we're so caught up in the stuff outside. I mean, it sometimes takes time to get used to as well. I mean, it's, and I remember many years ago, I went to Tenerife, and I thought I was already chill, and then I had to get used to the things like, relax. So I thought I kind of relaxed more, and then they go, take it time, take things easy, and it's like, whoa. But yeah, I mean, if you always rush, you miss things as well. But it's definitely a different pace. It's quite nice sometimes.
So you're going back home to your house and to?
No, I'm going to Leeds to join Carrie and the team. So I'm going.
Are you going to be resident there?
SPC.
So so you have to be resident then, yeah.
Well, it's gonna be interesting. I've always driven past Leeds. I've never actually stayed in Leeds, but I know last time I went by, at least they still got snow, and I like snow, so that's always good.
Oh, they've got snow. Well, yeah, I've been to Leeds. I went when it was the old centre under Wendy. I went a couple of times to lead some pujas or a little weekend or something, but I haven't seen the new place yet. Kerry did invite me at the very early days to go, but I haven't really been in the UK for some time, so I haven't been able to visit. But hopefully at some time I'll be able to visit.
Well, I hope you do more than just visit. You hopefully give us
well, let's see. It'll be a while yet, I think. I'm not sure when I'm coming back to the UK, but I always thought when I come back, I'll definitely see if I can. I did say to Kerry when I was available again, I would let him know, but that was about 6 years ago. Because I've been here for years.
Time flies.
It's not that long, really, because time flies so quickly. But anyway, SPC's been on my position a couple of times. I was SPC at Vajrapani, I was SPC in Santa Fe. So it's a nice, I wish you well with that.
Yeah. It challenges you in different ways. And I like challenges.
It's a really good job as a new monastic. It's nice because you're working with a spiritual program. So that's going to keep you connected with all the praxis and the teachers and with the people. You're a people person, I think. So that's what's nice about it. So it goes well. Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
I mean, whenever you go to Amsterdam, there's always going to be stuff. And it's just. Well, there's always people and stuff, isn't there? You know that now anyway. So it can almost feel like it's worse, but it's.
But you know what? I think in a way I was quite lucky because before we did prayerathon, Rinpoche gave the centers the COVID prayers to do in the morning, and so there was the connection with Leeds already. Because we did the morning prayers together. So that is actually quite nice. So I'm not going to go in completely blind. And I met some of them down at London. So it's, over the years. So it's quite nice. So it's not a completely, oh my God. But yes, it's you take a different role, and that also has a different level of responsibility.
It's nice to have a monastic as SPC because there's probably not any other monastics there, yeah? You're the only monastic.
Yeah, the only one there.
Yeah, that's
And,
nice. The centre,
yes.
it's nice when the centre can have a monastic. It's very fortunate. You know?
I'm trying to remember who said it. One of the lamas, I think it was. Can't remember which one. If it's too easy, where's the merit?
Yeah. When she says, you know, we need to practice patience and we need to practice these things, you know. So where else than with each other and in a Dharma environment? And but yeah, hopefully it'll still be nice. And there's a lot. We always want to have harmony.
Yes.
So that's there's always going to be a bit of patience practice, but as long as it's not all the time, you know, or you know, whatever patience or perseverance, always different things.
But I think the nice thing is it's a good team to be with anyway. I mean, they're very dedicated. I mean, what they pulled off with that new center is just in that short time.
Yeah.
You know.
And Kerry's been there for some years now, so he's quite solid. It's not like you're going in with a new director and you know, he's been there for quite some time, so you've got his experience already.
Yeah.
You know, so that's nice.
Yeah, that's a good team. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, if everybody's new, then it's much more difficult because you don't know that it's a bit more established now. So that's nice. Yeah. Well, I better let you get on.
I better, you know, people wondering. I said a chat show. I said no, Dharma chat show. Yeah.
I know
it was lovely seeing you again, and I'm glad the you know, the bear got a bit of Dharma, and you befriended the bears, and hopefully see you soon. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks,
Take care. Bye bye. Well, that was dear Angie. And it's always lovely. I mean, it's nice because we haven't had a chance to catch up for, as she said, probably 2 months since we last met on cross paths on prayerathon. So sorry if we did a little bit of a chat, but I think it's also important that we continue these connections. And so yeah, thank you very much for your patience. And it's also nice to hear how some of the Sangha actually spend their times, for example, at the retreats. We sometimes think it's hard to be on a retreat in town, you know, in the city center or in our rooms, where we have actually all the comfort and know where everything is. So as we go out into places where there's nothing, you know, and she said, you know, your fridge is outside, your facilities are outside, and wildlife is wandering around. So yeah, crikey, yes, it's wonderful. I find it very inspirational to listen to the joy that members of the community sort of bring back from retreats, and it's not always easy. So it's lovely to have that energy being brought back. Okay, so who's there? Pam was here, Anna's here. Hello. So I'm sure there's quite a few more sort of listening in. Thank you very much for your time and your patience. So yeah, we got 45 minutes. 45 minutes, yeah. So we do sort of okay. So we do the combination of the 6 realms, particularly also as you noticed, Angie was particularly referring to the animal realm, and she was watching the animals in the wilderness, in the woods, you know, hunting one another, and you know, being avoid being eaten, that sort of thing, and also the comfort. And we see it also here with the animals around the monastery. Although our cats are very much well looked after, some of them still decide to sit just on the windowsill outside. And it's really freezing cold outside. I mean, these are tough cookies. We sometimes just worry just moving from one building to another, you know, with a shoulder bare or something you want to wrap up. So these animals really, you know, have to adapt to the living, although, you know, they've been made sort of sleeping boxes and well padded out. So, but yes, okay. So if we start with the verses from the King of Prayers, just again to get the focus in. May it ease the suffering in the lower realms in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May it guide all wonders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, limitless, and likewise limitless are living beings. Thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So we want to be of benefit to other sentient beings. And how do we do that? Then we can think about the 3 levels of motivation. And again, they're good to think about when we start the day. So just as you wake up, straight away make the determination. And then we can also then check again at lunchtime. How did we do in the morning? Do we need to tweak something? Do we have to correct? And then in the evening, we can check how we compared the afternoon to the morning. And we just take our lessons from that rather than beating ourselves up if we made a mistake. Mistakes are opportunities of taking something positive away from that, how we maybe do things in a different way. People always are afraid to make a mistake. If it's a genuine mistake, it's fine. Not trying is a different thing. If you think about how many research projects are really sort of finding out which ways do not work before they get the one that does work. So if they always would say, oh, that's not working, it's not worthwhile, it would make the progress. So always think about, trip up, what can I learn from that? So, 3 levels of motivation. Today, as much as possible, I will not harm other beings with the actions of my body, speech, and mind. Today, now, while I'm alive, here right now, that's what matters. As much as possible, to the very best of my ability, and according to the level of my training and skill, which is all I can offer right now. The more I improve my skill set, my knowledge, etc., the more can be of benefit. Simple. As much as possible, I will do what I can to the best of my ability. Some days are better than others. And finding that consistent level that comes through training. Today, as much as possible, I will benefit beings in whatever way I can. Smile, a wave, checking on somebody, holding a door open, offering somebody a seat. Just being kind. It makes such a difference. And if our means and circumstances allow it, we may be able to offer different help. Maybe we can offer somebody a job, maybe we can help them with a meal, maybe we can help them with a coat. Whatever we can do to the best of your ability. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. If you visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you have developed any initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front of you, above the crown of your head. Anyone joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion for all beings. And those of you on a spiritual path who rather not engage in visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings, no exceptions. Light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions across the 6 realms. Each light beam pointing one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are. Light enters the bodies through the crown of the heads, filling with love and compassion and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. Atom by atom in the space between those atoms. We can feel the purification taking place within ourselves and the joy and relief it brings. Being able to breathe, move, freely without the burden and the bitter taste of negative karma. The weight being lifted of our backs. And we recognize that a lot of it is down to the actions of our body, speech and mind. The way we talked about, thought about, and treated other beings. How our actions created a reaction. And through that, we suffered as well. And as we said, today, as much as possible, from now on, I will engage in actions that are positive. It's acknowledging the mistakes we've made in order to move forward, to help us grow in our own practice. In our own practice to be of benefit to mother sentient beings. We make the pledge now to engage in those wholesome activities. We want to transform the actions of our body, speech and mind to benefit other beings. With that motivation, we call upon mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakhinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakhinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakhinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. Having called upon all Mother Sentient beings to join us in taking refuge, to the Guru's pleased that so many have answered the call. The Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying, cleansing away more and more of that karmic dirt and delusions. And slowly we begin to glow atom by atom, and the spaces between those atoms being filled with light. And the more we're being filled with that loving light of compassion, the more we begin to radiate, and ultimately we turn the light back to the Guru and share light with all Mother Sentient beings who themselves share the light with the Guru and Mother Sentient beings. We all become one with the Guru, we become one with one another. One source of love and compassion, one source of light that dispels the darkness of samsara for the benefit of all Mother Sentient beings. Just recite the mind mantra. Remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind, both the defiled actions that kept us in suffering, but also the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. In order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Also recite the Tara mantra as recommended by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. wonderful round of Tara. To remove all the obstacles for those who are sick, so that they may be restored to good health. May all obstacles be removed for any developments against sickness and diseases. To also remove any obstacles that may arise for those who have entered the body or about to enter the body. May they all have swift rebirth and fortunate rebirth. To remove any obstacles for those who experience hardships. And may those beings be given whatever is necessary to be freed from these hardships and be reinstated to a place that is full of joy and happiness and well-being. May we also dedicate these recitations to the long life and well-being of His Holiness, 14th Dalai Lama. May he live a long and healthy life. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. 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 Om Tare Tutare. So we are going to do now. We are reciting the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We got 5 minutes. Yeah, should work. So we do as we did previously. We do the combination of the praises, praise of to the Sublime Chenrezig for the 6 realms, in combination with the vertic sector from disease. Because why? Because we want all sentient beings to be freed from suffering, and it's nice when we have the time to recite for the 6 realms. If you haven't got the time to do, many recitations, then it's okay to do one, really with the purest intention. Do that one prayer for the suffering of all beings across the 6 realms, not leaving any out, so that all the suffering may cease. And then if you maybe have a bit more time, maybe 3, for the speech and mind, suffering in those areas. And if you have time, maybe for the 6 realms, 1 each, 3 each, or as many as you wish. And but it's nice to keep the mind focused, rather than just rattling down prayers. Just keep it on point where you want to direct your energy. So. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, Most Sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, Great Refuge and Protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving Protector Chenrezig. Be so that with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times and entered samsara, and who endure unbearable torments, there is no other refuge than you, great protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. You should be okay with 3 recitations per one. And all disease attend the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporal conditions such as sounds, class, Kitsunis, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered. Separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. In the sound of his name, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of the arm of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds that interfere, which the 360 evil spirits that I'm studying, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depart from the body, mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body, mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and resolve, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the house of caste, sinners, and the Buddhas, not again the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not again the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of his name, never beings, so they have been placed inside the mouth of the arm of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that I'm suddenly 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the keys, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the hounds of class, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sound of whose name, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of the arm of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that I'm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Kings, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits, the hungry ghosts. May the beings who endure the torture of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as rounds of class, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sound of whose name, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of the arm of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that I'm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Kings, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of class, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of the arm of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that I'm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jews, by the power of the Kings, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, the power of the truth of the incredibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of fast sinners and the Buddhas, not the realms of the world. Whatever suffering there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains medical in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose name set our beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes in the fields, the 360 which they set on suddenly, the 42 for diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of fulfillment, depriving the body, mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body, mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jews, by the power of the Kings, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of that action accumulated since beginning his family, the influence of ignorance once born as an animal, may all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness of the mind be reborn in your presence, O protector. May all the diseases that turn the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of cosmic sinners and the Buddhas, not the kind of wrongs of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not the kind of wrongs of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. In the sound of whose names there are beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jews, by the power of the Kings, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that turn the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of cosmic sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose name therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jews, by the power of the Kings, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that turn the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of cosmic sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose name therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jews, by the power of the Kings, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time and the influence of desire when it's born in the palm of man, may all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. May all the diseases that turn the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of cosmic sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose name therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jews, by the power of the Kings, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, And by the power of the truth of the infallibility of Karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds, crowds, pits, and the Buddhas, not again the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and limbs, not again the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. In the sound of his name, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds that interferes, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be now with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of Karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of stars, spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas, not attend the rounds of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not attend the rounds of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. In the sound of his name, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of Karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning time with the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of demigods, jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains and fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of cross pits, and the Buddhas, not attend the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not attend the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of his name, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. For the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of Karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of cross pits, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sound of his name is several beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of Karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of cows, spirits, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May the sound of his name, therefore, beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. For the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protecting God, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of Karma's results, may all those dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Are we? Okay. So the power of bad action accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods, or beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the diseases that in the minds of sending beings that result from karma under the conditions such as sounds of God, spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits at Hamsadi, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, the power of the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiant power be doubled on life that helps the world be. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Lakini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and terms and conditions, such as the harms of class spirits and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The Musans of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that I'm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be helped from life, good health, and well-being. The compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Lakini Dhamma protecting guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of caste, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases, said like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama and Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that I'm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, the power in the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Lakini Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One final time. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of caste, spirits, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, say like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits and suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Lakini Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra of Mani Padme Hum throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. We dedicate to the benefit of Mother Sin beings. May Mother Sin beings be free from suffering and its causes. May he meet the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May be the cause for them to achieve all this. I dedicate to the long life and well-being of all the Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions around the world, and our brothers and sisters who do so much to keep the flame of the Dharma alive and preserve the traditions by studies and giving teachings and carrying out translations, etc. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friendliness in our future lifetimes. May we join the company wherever we meet them. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of the wonderful lay community, who through their kindness of giving their time, expertise, and financial support to ensure that Dharma centers and projects can flourish. and therefore the Dharma can be preserved and spread. May they live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma, the Sangha, and virtuous friend, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we always walk the path together in this and our future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the well-being of all our gurus. If they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May they have long lives and be healthy. And may we continue to be guided by the wisdom in this and our future lifetimes. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, great beacon of hope in these turbulent times. May His holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see in one day be reunited with His people in Tibet. And may we be fortunate enough to continue to have access to His teachings and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great vision has tasked us with his prayerathon, and by doing so made us engage much deeper in the practices to benefit other sentient beings and brought together the community of Sangha globally as one family, but also has managed to connect us with all you who are following us online on Zoom and YouTube, in the Gompas, wherever you are. May Rinpoche live a long and healthy life. May all His holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we continue to be guided by His wisdom in this and our future lifetimes. Due to all these merits of these virtuous actions, I create the set of Guru Buddha lead all sentient beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen, arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the past, present, due to all the merits of the three times collected by me and the numerous Buddhas and numerous sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all danger of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. And may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the three times collected by the numbers of Buddhas and numbers of sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone. Yes. So this Chenrezig thank you. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me online. Thank you very much for the continued support. Chenrezig Institute, thank you very much for keeping us on air. So continue to hello to Tim, the wonderful Sangha who always gives their time so freely. Here's another one just waiting in the wings. Our dear brother Namjung, how are you? Lovely to see you.
Oops. Okay, now I'm unmuted. Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, not bad, not bad, not bad. For a moment, I thought you were trying to sort of, mind transfer, keep it quiet.
Well, yeah, that'll come in time. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
You done with the exams now, or you got one more to go?
The exams are done. Yes. So if I appear to be, 40 kilos lighter, then that's the reason.
40 kilos. Look at that.
Lighter, weight off my shoulders.
Oh, that way. I thought, really? You started?
No. I might have lost a bit of weight from the stress, but yeah.
So when is the next one due? 6 months, a year?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, usually they're in the 8th Tibetan month, but for this academic year, we're all done. They group them all together.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
I hope you get all the grades you wanted, and all the results you wanted.
Well, I survived. So, this is a
still there.
Obstacle year. So you have to kind of bear the obstacles and just make survival, rejoice in that.
Absolutely. And if you trip up along the way, we learn from that.
Yeah, exactly.
Brother Namjoon, I hand over
Okay.
to you.
Yeah,
Thank
take
you
care.
very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, be well. Bye-bye. Okay, so hello and welcome to everyone. Thank you for joining the ongoing Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer sessions. As many of you know, we've been doing these now for, I think, over 60 weeks consecutively on the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who advised this practice, this very blessed practice composed by the great Tibetan master Thangtong Gyalpo to help quell the pandemic, as well as all of the suffering of sentient beings that is associated with the pandemic. So now, as many of you know, at the beginning of any activity that we do, it's very important to adjust one's motivation, trying to think as broadly and as deeply as possible. So here now at the beginning of this session, yes, although we say we're doing this for the pandemic and the sentient beings affected by that, we should also think more broadly at all the various sufferings that sentient beings are experiencing. Not only the sickness, the suffering of sickness, but also all the various sufferings of, mental health and disease, famine, war, economic problems, all these various types of suffering that sentient beings are facing. And then when we look at the root cause of all of that, then we see that actually, since sentient beings are still bound in samsara, this unending cycle of uncontrolled rebirth due to our karma and afflictions, then as long as sentient beings are in samsara, then they're going to experience one kind of unsatisfactory suffering experience or another without break and without end. So now here, with this mind of compassion that wishes sentient beings be free from suffering, we also now combine that with the wisdom that analyzes what the root cause of suffering is, and seeing how it is fundamentally rooted in the ignorant mind that grasps onto a false mode of existence of both ourselves and our phenomena. Then, when we aspire that all sentient beings be free from suffering, then we also aspire that they be free of the causes of suffering. And then we can't just leave it at this wish, may all sentient beings be free from suffering and the cause of suffering, as great as that is. But now, when we look at our situation, we have all the outer conditions, all the inner conditions to awaken our inner potential of becoming enlightened, or our Buddha nature, this potential that each sentient being has to achieve enlightenment. But now, not only do we have the Buddha nature from merely just having a mind that is not yet enlightened, but we also have the outer condition of having met the Dharma, having met our teacher, and being guided by him or her through all the stages of the path to enlightenment. So now, this very life that we have, we are so incredibly fortunate because we can make utmost progress along the path to enlightenment. Enlightenment being this state fully qualified by all the good qualities and the complete abandonment of all the faults of the mind. Then and only then will we have all of the skills, all of the qualities, all of the knowledge to benefit sentient beings in the best way and lead them to be free from the oceans of samsaric existence to the state of enlightenment. And therefore, we set that as our main goal. But in order to achieve the state of enlightenment, we need to accumulate the causes of enlightenment, namely to purify our mind of all obscurations, as well as to accumulate the vast accumulations of merit and transcendental wisdom. And so now this practice, because it is involved with the advice of our Holy Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche, then it becomes the most effective means for extensive accumulation of merit, as well as extensive purification. And so every time we have the opportunity to follow our Guru's advice, our Guru's wishes, we should be so joyful that we're able to do so. And now here at the beginning of this session, we should also keep that rejoicing mind as well. Okay. So now, with that motivation in mind, we can turn. We're gonna do a few more preliminary prayers at the beginning here. Hold on. So first, before we do this, then it's good, it's auspicious to, whenever we do a practice, to visualize, since we're doing this practice for all sentient beings, to visualize that all sentient beings are here with us now in the space around us, and that we're doing this practice with them. And then as we recite the mantra, they're reciting with us, and so forth. And then we visualize our Guru in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha in the space in front of us, about 2 meters in front of us, at the in line with our eyebrows, yeah. And we visualize Shakyamuni Buddha being very pleased with us, and that he's here to guide us and lead us to enlightenment. And then recalling all the good qualities of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, and aspiring to generate those qualities within ourselves, then we take refuge, which means basically to entrust ourselves fully, to commit ourselves to training in the path that is taught by the Buddha, is laid out in the Dharma. And so we can quickly attain those qualities within ourselves. So now we recite and try to recite out loud. All sentient beings, my mother's pure infinite space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother's pure infinite space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so now here, before we do the mantra recitation, then we can do a little bit more preliminary prayers, right? So we could have done this at the beginning, but we're doing it now. So now, we're going to be reciting the mantra of Avalokiteshvara. So then we're going to invite and invoke Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion, to come here. And so now, before we invite, then we can think that the place that we are is not just the ordinary world, but is a pure line of the Buddha. And so this stanza is actually from Shantideva's Bodhisattva Charvatara. So we think, everywhere may the ground be pure, free of pebbles and so forth, as level as the palm of the hand, in the nature of Vaidurya, and soft. And then now we will invoke Avalokiteshvara to the space here. So usually you would light incense before you invite the Buddhas to come. I have lit some incense here. Savor all sentient beings without exception, divine destroyer of the unbearable hordes of Maras and their forces, perfect knower of all things without exception, Bhagavan, together with your retinue, please come here. And then all of these offerings that we've laid out here, in your own home, at the various centers around the world, then we can think that we are now going to offer these to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions. Okay. May human and divine offerings, both actually arranged and mentally emanated, becomes clouds of finest Madhavajra offerings, filling the entire realm of space. So now, as we recite this mantra, then you can do the visualization that, even one of the water bowls turns into, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, and so forth. And then in this way, all the offerings come to pervade the entire room space. Om Namo Bhagavate Vajrasara Brahmadana Tadhagataya Arahate Samesam Buddhaya Dayada Om Vajra Vajra Ma Vajra Ma Vajra Ma Vajra Ma Ma Buri Jidda Vajra Ma Buri Mano Vajra Brahmana Vajra Savakava Avarana Vijadana Vajra So Om Namo Bhagavate Vajrasara Brahmadana Tadhagataya Arahate Samesam Buddhaya Tayada Om Vajra Vajra Ma Vajra Ma Vajra Vajra Ma Vajra Vajra Ma Buri Jidda Vajra Ma Buri Mano Vajra Kramana Vajra Savakava Avarana Vijadana Vajra So Om Namo Bhagavate Vajrasara Brahmadana Tadhagataya Arahate Samesam Buddhaya Tayada Om Vajra Vajra Ma Vajra Ma Vajra Vajra Ma Vajra Vajra Ma Buri Jidda Vajra Ma Buri Mano Vajra Kramana Vajra Savakava Avarana Vijadana Vajra So By the power of the truth of the three rare sublime ones, the blessings of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the rare wealth of the completed two types of merit, and the pure and inconceivable fear of phenomena, may these powers of clouds of offerings arising through transformations by the Bodhisattvas, Arisa, Madhavajra, Manjushri, and so forth, unimaginable and inexhaustible, equaling the sky, arise, and in the presence of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions be received. And now we'll do the 7 prayer. This contains all of the practices to both purify previously accumulated negative karma, as well as to accumulate fresh good karma or merit, and then through the practice of rejoicing to increase our previously accumulated merit. So please try to meditate as we do each line. I prostrate reverently with my body, speech, and mind. I present clouds of every type of offering, both actually arranged and mentally emanated. I confess all my negative actions and downfalls collected from beginningless time. I rejoice in the virtues of ordinary beings and Aryas. Please remain until the end of the cycle of existence and turn the wheel of Dharma for transmigratory beings, and dedicate my own and others' virtues to the great enlightenment. And now we can do mandala offering. So this is basically the entire universe visualized as a pure land, and we're offering this to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas at the 10 directions for all sentient beings, that they may quickly enjoy a pure land. This ground anointed with perfume, strewn with flowers, adorned Mount Meru, full of countenance, sun and the moon. I imagine as a Buddha land and offer it. May all transmigratory beings enjoy this pure land. Idam Guru Rana Mandala Kam Niratayami. So now I think due to having done the 7 prayers and the mandala offering, the field of merit is very pleased with us. And now from Shakyamuni Buddha, Guru Avalokiteshvara, and so forth, then purifying light rays enter us, as well as all sentient beings, and these light rays then purify us of all negative karma, all of our suffering, all of our obscurations of liberation and enlightenment. And then as our mind has become completely purified and blessed, then we can think that Avalokiteshvara then absorbs into our heart. And our mind and Avalokiteshvara's mind become inseparably one. And then as we do that, then we can think, right, that all of the impure appearances dissolve into emptiness. So impure appearances mean these appearances that we have of true existence, of inherent existence. So all of the phenomena appear to our sense consciousness as being truly inherently existent. but nothing at all exists in that way. And that's why they're called like illusions, like dreams, like a mirage. You'll see those similes in the teachings. So then, bearing in mind this nature of ultimate reality, that all phenomena lack inherent existence, now if you have the initiation of Avalokiteshvara, this very mind of yours that realizes the ultimate nature of phenomena then arises as Avalokiteshvara. If you don't have the initiation, you can visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front. Either way, now when we do the mantra recitation, you can think that from Avalokiteshvara's heart, numerous light rays radiate out in 10 directions. These light rays will then strike all the sentient beings, purifying them of all their sickness, all their negative karma, all their obscurations towards liberation and enlightenment. And then by the time we're done with the mantra recitation, all sentient beings will be completely enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. So now think that due to the power of having recited the mantra and the power of the purifying light rays, that all sentient beings are now completely pure of all of their negative karma, all of their suffering, all of their obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment, and have now attained the state of enlightenment in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. And now we'll recite the actual prayer. So we'll do this a few times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits are harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits are harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, the protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so we'll now go on to a more general dedication. So first, to actualize bodhicitta. So please dedicate like this: due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I promise to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me, may be generated in my heart and the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. Next, for the long lives of our spiritual friends. So first, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunatha's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior, myself, and others, your disciples, please live long. Then to seal our dedication with the understanding of emptiness, due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Then these last two verses from the King of Prayers. I fully dedicate all these virtues to able to train, just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samatha Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praise is the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones and 3 times in order to have good conduct. Okay, and could we also now dedicate for all those beings who are sick? Then all these beings who are sick, may they, in this very moment, whether they're ill due to coronavirus or any other ailment, may they quickly be freed of all the illnesses that ail them. And then more generally speaking, whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. And then also for all the beings who have recently died, may they be reborn in the Pure Land where they can achieve enlightenment, or at the very least attain a perfect human rebirth and meet with the Mahayana Dharma, Mahayana Guru, and attain enlightenment in their very next lifetime. And I also have another request. So someone I know, Amin Abbasi, actually it's quite a sad story. He was shot a couple of days ago. In a case of road rage. And so he's in the hospital now, and he's undergoing surgery today. So may that surgery go well. Right now he can only move. He can move his toes, but so maybe it'll turn out all right. In any case, and then more generally speaking, may all these violent minds, that would wish to cause harm to others, may that also instantly cease. Okay, so thank you very much. I see Venerable Tendrin, namaste. Oh, you're muted. You have to unmute. Unmute your microphone.
How are you? Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah.
This is a sad story. It's a sad story of your friend.
Yeah, I just heard, and he lives in Houston, and so I'm like, oh, let me just check if it made the paper. So I just road rage shooting Houston. I just Googled that, and there's 7 articles that come up. It's like, which one? It's just
yeah.
I mean, I can't. It's just
yeah.
So
I mean, your last prayer, your last dedication of all with minds inclined to harm, and this is Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Anyway.
I'm sorry to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad. His wife, is pregnant, and they have a 2.5-year-old as well. So it's really, really sad story.
Yeah.
So hopefully, since the toes are moving, they're there's a chance, he won't be paralyzed.
Yeah. Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, like that, samsara.
Can you repeat? Would you repeat his name again? Then I'll keep it in my mind.
Shoot, I just closed it. Hold on, I have to open that up again. It's Amin. I'm gonna get his. Sorry. How are you doing?
Fine. Well, I'm a little cold. I think my voice is going to be shaking during this session, but fine. We have no water, but otherwise we're fine.
Oh, huh.
Yeah.
So his name is Amin Abbasi.
Amin Abbasi. Okay.
Abbasi.
Yeah.
And yeah.
All
so.
Right. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Stay warm, or you can always come down to South India. When you have your break.
It's a thought. I have my PAP, so I'm ready to rock.
Nice. You're going strong until Losar, or you're going to get out before then?
No, no, we'll finish maybe in December, but I hope to come south. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, have a good rest of the year.
Thank you, and you too. Your exams are finished. You've done your
yes.
everything.
Well, so now we're on to Semanandra, which is good. It's good. So
it'll be fun. Okay.
Yeah.
Have a good day. Bye.
Nice to see you. Bye.
Yeah. Good morning from Dharamsala in Lusantendran. And I'm greeting you from my room in Jamyang Chilling Nunnery here in Dharamsala. And because I have a very small room, you're looking at my bed and bookcase behind me. But you can visualize a beautiful altar and all the wonderful gurus and Buddhas who are here with us today, who surrounding us always. And because I'm in my room here at Jamyang Chilling Nunnery, next to Kirti Monastery, you may hear the voices of people reciting prayers. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning, and people walking on the street and so on as life goes on amidst this pandemic, amidst all the events that happen to each of us, all sentient beings in the world. So let's get comfortable. You could sit on a cushion, on a chair, sit in a way that you can focus your mind for about the next half hour and let go of whatever you were thinking about, whatever's happened so far today, especially let go of events, internal or external, that relate to you, and the way you feel, your opinion. Things are always going on in the world about which we feel we're involved, we feel that we have an opinion that we want to result in a certain way. We want to let go of that and open our minds. We want to let go of thoughts of the future, what we might do later, the whole crowd of thoughts, let them just dissipate. And give a thorough exhalation, every thought going out, and focus on the breath. Breathe naturally, thinking, inhale, and you can put the sound of the breath to that if you care to. Om, breath coming inside, into the center of the chest, in the center of the heart, where the compassion is. Om, residing there, the breath, where the compassion is. Hum, exhaling. Om, inhale. Rest. Hum, exhale. And just continue breathing, becoming relaxed and alert. Focus on the breath if you like, or on your own mind without getting caught up in thoughts. Focus on a particular object if you like, a mental image of Chenrezig if you like, or of His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, or of your Guru. Focusing on your Guru, if that's what you choose, think, my Guru is very pleased with me. I'm here to perform this activity today. And thinking like this, relax and focus. Feeling relaxed, focused, present, continuing with this feeling. Visualize all sentient beings around us. We're all interconnected. How? We're all dependent on each other. When we think about others, we can let go of our own fears, and we can develop the courage to work entirely for the benefit of others. If we focus on others, when we think about others, we let go of thinking about ourselves, and we think about benefiting others, eliminating suffering, and providing happiness, temporary, immediate, and lasting happiness to others. Think it's in dependence on taking care of others that we have the opportunity to practice compassion, to even generate it. Without others, there is no compassion. When we think about taking care of others, we can generate compassion and affectionate love. We have the opportunity to practice patience and joyous effort. We have the opportunity to meditate. We have the opportunity to realize emptiness, to develop our wisdom. So to develop wisdom and compassion, we're entirely dependent on others. Great compassion arises through observing all sentient beings without excluding even one. Think what a wonderful opportunity this is to let go of myself and hold all others most dear. Feel all sentient beings around you. Visualize them, not jammed together, but extending through space. Family, friends, dogs, cats, everyone, human and non-human, in the neighborhood, in the country. And feel how, as you expand your visualization of sentient beings, that your mind relaxes and focuses. Think about all sentient beings, human and non-human, in the world, including those with whom you have conflicted feelings. You might have frustration, anger. Include them. Maybe bring them to the front of your visualization and relax. Expand more and think, focus on all sentient beings throughout all the 6 realms. Whatever visual you have, the important thing is to feel, is to know that all sentient beings are all around us and to feel connected with them. Now think, with the wish to benefit all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling gem, I shall hold them most dear at all times. I shall hold them most dear right now. Generate loving compassion and affection for all sentient beings, wishing all sentient beings, including myself, to have happiness and well-being. Generate compassion, wishing for every sentient being to be free from every kind of suffering, from the diseases of body and mind, from the effects of war and violence, overt and covert, from what we call natural disasters of earth, water, fire, and wind, from poverty and all forms of deprivation. And more important, actually, I think may all sentient beings be free from the second form of suffering, free from the causes of these sufferings, the anger and attachment, the jealousy and arrogance, the afflicted states of mind, and the karma that results from afflicted states of mind. May they be free from the third and most basic form of suffering, free from the pervasive potential for suffering, which is present every second. Now think, I'm going to engage in this practice this morning, this afternoon, this evening, today, in order to free all sentient beings equal to space from all the suffering. I shall engage in this practice in order to cherish all sentient beings like my life. I shall engage in this practice in order to cherish sentient beings more than myself. And specifically today, I shall focus my mind on this practice of compassion in reliance on the Buddha of compassion, Chenrezig, to be of the greatest possible benefit for all sentient beings. Visualize Chenrezig, snow white body on the crown of your head. Chenrezig could be standing with 2 arms, 2 legs. If you prefer, sitting with 4 arms, standing 1,000 arms, 1,000 eyes, whatever is most beneficial to your mind. Chenrezig is present, is resting above the crown of your head. If this is uncomfortable for you or difficult, visualize white light. Think, I'm surrounded by all sentient beings who have Chenrezig on their crowns. Resting above the crown, snow white body, untainted by faults. Chenrezig, who looks with great compassion on all sentient beings equally. Chenrezig, who is the cause of my becoming a Buddha of great compassion. Let this visualization become clear. Think, this is my most precious Guru, who is guiding me and all sentient beings to enlightenment. And with this visualization, this thought, knowing this, let's take refuge. You who are the essence of all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, foremost of all the noble ones intent on virtue, in you, the glorious holy Guru, I go for refuge. Please, Guru, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, hindrances on the path to not arise. Bless me that I cease all wrong conceptions and attain the 2 precious bodhicittas. Determined to be of the greatest benefit for all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. By doing so, may I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of all transmigratory beings. And we continue with our work today, with the prayer, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha, the great meditator, Thangtong Gyalpo, the prayer liberating Sakya from disease. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha Dharma Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. This is the causal refuge. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, the resultant refuge. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha Dharma Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, including myself, equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha Dharma Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Visualize Chenrezig, who rests above the crown of our head. From Chenrezig, white light flows down, purifying all non-virtue, all negative thoughts, all wrong actions. All compassionate Chenrezig has a faultless snow-white body. His eyes look with infinite compassion on each individual sentient being without any partiality throughout space. May I be Chenrezig. And we're going to continue with this visualization and add the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we recite, light from the form of Chenrezig goes out, touching each and every sentient being. Each and every sentient being is purified of all negative karma and its causes, the afflicted minds of ignorance and confusion. The environment, the outer realm, the universe becomes clean, pure, perfect. You can think of places you've been or seen or imagined that are desirable, with trees and streams, beaches, if you like, beautiful skies, the sounds of birds, delightful aromas. Think of all the different sense objects that might be present. Sight, sound, smell, taste, touch. The environment is like that. Whatever you like, the realm of bliss. And the body, speech, and mind of all sentient beings, each and every one, including those toward whom you have conflicted feelings. You may have anger. Think of all of them equally, who are just like us, and that now they are freed of disease, of discomfort, of all negativities and all faults. And above the crown of each sentient being is the all-compassionate, omniscient, powerful Chenrezig. If you have the empowerment, visualize yourself as Chenrezig and send out rays of white light. We can recite the mantra aloud or quietly, and as we recite, infuse this recitation with compassion. This is the sound of compassion. This is the activity of compassion. And we can meld this with the meditation on emptiness. We can meditate on emptiness in a very simple way while we recite, by thinking our being here, our activity, our relationship with our guru, with Chenrezig, with all sentient beings. This is all dependently related. Let's recite Om Mani Padme Hum. You can recite aloud, or you can recite silently for a few minutes, thinking all sentient beings become purified. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. As we recite, all sentient beings have all compassionate, all powerful, all omniscient, Chenrezig above the crown of their heads. The purifying white light purifies all negativity, and each and every sentient being throughout the universe, throughout the 6 realms, hell beings, hungry ghosts, animals, humans, asuras, gods, those in the bardo and the in-between states, become the sublime form of Chenrezig. All speech becomes the sublime sound of Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. All minds become completely pure. The essence of the Dharmakaya. And as we finish this recitation, think all sentient beings are purified of all negativities of body and mind. The environment is completely pure. All attain the state of Chenrezig, of Holy Avalokiteshvara, the embodiment of compassion. And we can dedicate our activity by means of the powerful prayer, liberating Sakya from disease. Due to these merits, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are due to life-threatening diseases, I think this was just cut off for a minute, but I think we're back. So we can continue.
We lost you for a couple of minutes.
Thank you for finding me. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 60,000, 80,000 types of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so on. Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the gurus and the triple gem, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the unmistaken truth of karma and its results. May these many dedications of prayers be fulfilled immediately without delay. Excuse me. Let's rejoice in our merits today, the merits of ourselves and others who engaged in this activity. And don't forget this important activity of rejoicing in the merits. So we want to rejoice in the activities of all beings today, the virtuous activities of those Buddhist and non-Buddhist, the merits of those hosting this activity. Thank you very much. The technical support making this possible. Thank you very much, technical support. The merits of those who act with compassion, seeking to benefit others, those who are seen, whom we know about, and those who are unseen, whom we don't know about, those working with disease, and with those experiencing depression, psychosis, violence, those experiencing deprivation of all types, experiencing loss, those who are providing food, So again, we've gone away and come back, but we're rejoicing in all virtuous activities of all sentient beings today. And as we dedicate our merits, let's do so in the following way. If there are beings, humans, non-humans, or projects for which you especially wish to dedicate the merits, bring those to mind now. And we dedicate that all holy beings, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all holy beings, all authentic teachers, remain for a very long time. And in life after life, may we never be separated from them. May we always fulfill their holy wishes instantly and without delay. May our precious teachers have long, healthy lives, and may we fulfill their holy wishes exactly as expressed. May those who have died, who've recently died, and who are dying now, whether from COVID or any other cause, be reborn in a pure land or at least achieve a perfect human rebirth. May they meet the perfect spiritual friend, receive the holy Dharma, actualize the complete path to enlightenment, or whatever path is more suitable to them. May those who are ill with physical illness, quickly be relieved of their illness. May the supreme and precious bodhicitta, which has not arisen in myself and others, arise and grow right now without a second's delay. And where it has arisen without any decline, may it increase, may it never decline, but only increase more and more. However many ill beings there are in the world, whatever they're ill with, body, speech, and mind, may they quickly be freed from their illness. Whatever illnesses there are in the world, without exception, may it cease. May these cease and never occur again. Whatever violence there is, of any type, covert or overt, throughout the world. May this cease and never occur again. We can use Nagarjuna's 3 verses from Precious Garland that His Holiness offers often for aspiring bodhicitta vows, and which is an excellent thing to use for dedication at the end of each day before you sleep. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood of the forest, may always be enjoyed by sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them more than myself. May all their negativities and negative karmas ripen upon me, and may all my virtues ripen upon them. For as long as even one sentient being is not liberated from cyclic existence, for that long may I remain in cyclic existence to help them, even though I attain Buddhahood. And conceal the merits with emptiness. Through all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all sentient beings, bodhisattvas, and numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of truly existing from their own side, may I, who is completely empty of existing from my own side, lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state of complete enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, but myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from its own side. And we can pray for the long lives of all authentic teachers. First, for His Holiness, you who are the sole protector of the Snowland teachings and all sentient beings, who clearly shows the path of unified compassion and emptiness. To you, the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, you who have magnificently accomplished prayers honoring the 3 jewels, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. And from Bodhicharya Avatara, may all sentient beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. And from the King of Prayers, may as many beings who exist in the 10 directions always be well and happy. May all sentient beings live in accord with the Dharma. May their every Dharma wish be fulfilled. Just as the Hira Manjushri and likewise Samantabhadra realize things as they are, I too dedicate all my virtues that I may follow their perfect example. May the victorious ones, all well gone in the 3 times, who praise this dedication as best. Those who praise this dedication as best. Because of that, I dedicate all my roots of virtue that I accomplish the Bodhisattva's deeds. In all my lives, never apart from you, perfectly pure gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By accomplishing all the good qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain your very state of Vajradharahood. And finally, the dedication of the Lama in prayer to spread the Dharma. My heart going out with great compassion in whatever direction this most precious teaching has not yet spread, or once spread has declined. May I reveal this treasure of happiness and aid. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Venerable.
Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening.
Good everything. On the west coast of the US, so it's evening with us here. Yeah. And where are you?
I'm in Dharamsala. I'm in India.
Okay. Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for leading such beautiful prayers.
Thank you, Venerable, and I wish you a very good session.
Thank you. Okay. So after such a beautiful session, we'll just bring our attention to settling the mind. And to set our motivation, we'll lead together a direct meditation on the graduated path. And see if I can share the screen. Okay. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue. In the glorious holy Gurus I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Nosang and Bodhisattva always crying, incorrectly following the virtuous friend, with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure, and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body, with freedoms and richnesses, is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a deva or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to follow continuously, day and night, the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. Independence upon that, even if I achieve mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother. Please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the six paramitas and so forth. Then, having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. So just taking a few moments to let these verses of motivation infuse into our minds and our hearts. And then in the space in front of us, we can bring to mind the compassionate wisdom energy of fully enlightened Avalokiteshvara, Chenrezig Buddha of compassion, fully developed love, compassion, filling the space in front of us. with this loving wisdom energy. Like warm sunlight, a very pleasant sensation, radiating out over us and all living beings. And we can shape this energy into the form of Avalokiteshvara, Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion, a radiating white body made of light, smiling with great kindness, with love radiating down over all living beings. Fully omniscient mind, perfectly capable of leading us and all living beings out of all of our suffering, and leading us to liberation and enlightenment. And then in the space around us, we can bring to mind our friends, family, our loved ones, those that live in our community, and then in a very special seat in front of us, we can also invite anyone that we have difficult time with at the moment, perhaps some conflict in our lives. And especially because there's conflict, we can invite them into this space in front of us for this meditation and prayers. So that any agitation arising from this conflict, any agitation in their minds can be pacified, and they can be filled with love and compassion and wisdom energy. And then around us also we can bring to mind anyone that is suffering in the world, particularly anyone suffering from the impact of COVID or the pandemic, or the various measures that have been taken in different areas of the world to try to manage the virus and the disease. Anyone that's died from the virus, anyone that is sick right now, anyone that's experiencing fear or worry, anyone experiencing hardship because of limitation on resources, separated from their loved ones, uncertainty, or anyone experiencing conflict from opposing views about how to manage the pandemic, or anyone suffering in any way in the world from disease, spirit harm, agitated, destructive emotions. We invite all these living beings into the space around us. And then together we can recite the refuge verse from the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. So leading all living beings that are visualized around us, leading all these beings, our mothers, in this prayer together. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we'll recite the mantra of Chenrezig or Mani Padme Hum. And as we do this, we can visualize that from Chenrezig in the space in front of us, light and nectar rays, healing rays of infinite compassion and wisdom come down and enter into the bodies and minds of all the living beings around us, ourselves and all living beings. And washes away out of all the pores of the body any disease or spirit harm, negative karma, actions, habitual tendencies for harmful actions, destructive emotions. And this is all purified, washed out of the body and the mind, and these light rays continue to enter into the minds and bodies of all living beings as we continue to recite the mantra, filling all living beings with this wisdom, compassion, loving nectar, and filling, blessing, infusing the minds of all beings with all the qualities of love, compassion, joy, confidence, clarity, bodhicitta, and the wisdom that sees reality. We'll visualize this as we recite the mantra a few times together. We'll do a few times chanting together, and then we can silently recite the mantra for a few minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 So just taking a moment to see that all beings around us are now completely purified of all their suffering, diseases, spirit harm, negative actions, harmful habitual tendencies and destructive emotions, all completely purified. Body and mind completely clean, clear, joyful, confident, fully compassionate, with a wisdom that sees the nature of reality. All beings, as far as we can imagine, completely purified of all suffering, and have attained the fully enlightened state of Guru Chenrezig. And then we can recite the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now just bringing to mind the motivation that we started with, the refuge in the compassionate mind of Chenrezig, reciting the mantra, purifying all living beings of their suffering, and then the prayer to seal the practice, rejoicing in all of this activities that we've been able to do together, and then dedicating that the fully developed mind of love, compassion, the bodhicitta, the mind dedicated to enlightenment for the reason to be able to free all living beings from every single suffering. And this supreme mind, fully open heart, can grow more and more in the minds of all living beings, especially in the minds of leaders in the world. And that bodhicitta that has already arisen may not diminish, but increase more and more. And may the lives of all our qualified teachers be long and stable, and may all their projects and visions come about without a second's delay. Okay, thank you very much. Good, very early morning, Damshala.
Oh, yeah, Tanzania. Lovely to
Yeah,
see you again.
Nice to see you too. You're up early for this. Thank you for your commitment.
Oh, well, thank you for, for taking time out of your schedule. It's not just me. It's quite a few of you, make it possible. So I appreciate each and every one. So thank you very much. And I love that calm about you. That sort of the thing is just sort of very serene there. And crikey, you had a good meditation session before, or you're just naturally now serene?
Oh, I think this is my sleepiness.
Ah,
yeah.
So that's what we call it now.
That's it. Time for another nap.
Oh, bless you. No, thank you very much. You keeping well? You keeping safe?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and everyone at Nalanda as well.
Yes, they're all okay. We haven't had. I don't know. None in the time I've been here. I don't think there was any case of COVID or anything. They're pretty good. So anybody comes in fresh, do a bit of isolation and a test. So just to make sure, protect the community, which you have to do. But I think it's also the benefit when you're sort of slightly away from the hustle and bustle of things as well. But keeping all right. No, it's really lovely to see you. And
nice to see you too.
And I sort of, as you said, if that is sleepiness, I don't mind. That was just really, I like the serenity, the calm. Sometimes today I seem to have quite an energetic day, so I have to apologize. I'm the counteracting aspect now. But then, hey, I'm waiting for breakfast.
No, that's it. That's a good time. Okay.
Thank you very much. Hope
Thanks
to see
very
you
much.
again
Take
soon.
care, Damshala.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, wonderful. Isn't it great? I mean, I love this, and it's really, again, so the different energies. I love that, seeing that in the community. It's great. And again, it makes it so interesting. So I can see myself sometimes how my energy changes. I mean, look at some of the Sangha. Wow, aren't they sort of always nice, and they're always so serene. It's interesting what we see in other people, the good qualities, and we mustn't forget that, especially in these turbulent times. So, if we look hard enough, even if you sometimes have an argument with somebody, with a friend, with family, the other half, think about, the good qualities as well. And whether it's maybe us sometimes overreacting out of frustration and things like that, or whether they act out of character. And we mustn't forget that. But no, as I said, it's just beautiful to see the ranges of energies and how it sort of beautifully flows through prayerathon, and then also the feedback that we're getting from everyone sort of listening in. So when we get the messages, emails, and things, it's just nice that that so many of you feel being able to connect with one or more of the leads, or it's just wonderful to see. So thank you very much, each and every one of you. And again, Chenrezig Institute, thank you very much for hosting. It's always a pleasure. So we have just under an hour. So if you were here on the earlier session, thank you very much for joining me again. If you just joined me now, welcome, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, depending where you are. It's was it now just gone 5:30 here in France in the morning, and yes, it's been a crisp morning the last few days. So autumn is definitely on the way, and personally, I have to say I enjoy being connected to the seasons again, and in that respect, seeing nature change. And sometimes when we're in cities, like bigger cities, we don't get the full seasonal experience anymore. So it's nice to sometimes go out and connect, with what's going on out in nature. Okie dokie. So hold on. Let's do a bit to set our own focus again, and I like to do that by reciting the 4 verses of from the King of Prayers, to set out what I'm hoping to do, with my limited ability and to the best of my ability to bring about the change. Oh, bless you. Thank you very much, Shanti. And also acknowledge the community, because again, it's a community thing. Even if we may be sitting somewhere alone right now, we go like, yeah, but I'm just on my own in this room. In the same way, right now, I'm here in this beautiful old Gompa at Nalanda Monastery, sitting here by myself. But I know that a few of you are listening in, and that gives us also a community feel, and we mustn't forget that. And we're here coming together. So think outside the box. And I think in many ways, with the technology like Zoom and YouTube, if you're listening in, depending which way you're listening in, that has allowed us to expand the community through the COVID times in particular. So it gave it a new dimension, and that can also be quite interesting, that we connect through different time zones depending where you are. And that is quite nice as well, because if we think traditionally about our communities, same time zone, the same people, maybe the same location pretty much. So it's just a wonderful thing, it's a wonderful thing that came out of not so wonderful circumstances. So again, we feel, look, what have we benefited from, in these hard times? So we expand the community and focusing on the same aspirations. So and then, of course, if you think about, we acknowledge the community, we acknowledge our teachers, and we want to continue developing our bodhicitta, or the compassionate side for all sentient beings. So that's what we're setting out for here. Okay. May ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings. Thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. Okay, so what we can do now, we to generate bodhicitta more, we can now recite the 4 immeasurables. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in the great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keep some close and others distant. Having set ourselves up to really want to be of benefit to other sentient beings, may we now visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig in the space in front of us. If you had the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. If not, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. Anyone joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion for all beings. And those of you who wish to take part but are reluctant to engage in visualization of deities, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all beings. Visualize our light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, no matter where they are, across the 6 realms. Beings may be right next to you at the furthest corners of the universe. Guru finds them all. The light beam enters the bodies through the crown of the heads, filling them with love, compassion, and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. As the light us in, we can feel how we're being cleansed atom by atom, spaces between those atoms. All the karmic grime and dust that is being removed, washed away, burned away. All the residual stains tastes and smells. A thorough deep clean. As we feel the benefit of the purification, we look around, we can see all Mother Sentient beings enjoying the same bliss, being freed from suffering, and rejoicing in the happiness that is free of suffering. And we want them to be free, and we want to be the cause for them to be free. We recognize that we have contributed to their suffering since beginningless time through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. And by doing so, we have also experienced suffering. And as we wish all beings and ourselves to be free from suffering, we first acknowledge that we have made mistakes, lay them bare, and ask Mother Sentient Beings for forgiveness. And then we make the pledge that we will do from now on whatever we can to the best of our ability in our training to engage in wholesome actions that benefits all Mother Sentient Beings. It may take us a little while to get it right. So many lifetimes, so many eons, we have acted in a way that was flawed. So we have to break these habits. Or we'll do what we can, we don't give up. Made a mistake again, we just reflect, acknowledge, and try again until we get it right. And on that note, we invite all Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my Mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Guru Siddhams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my Mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Guru Siddhams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my Mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Guru Siddhams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. The Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies, cleansing away more and more of the karmic stains and grime. As we begin to purify more and more, we retain more of the purifying light and begin to radiate, returning the light to the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings, exchanging ourselves with them and the Guru. And likewise, all Mother Sentient Beings exchange themselves with the Guru and other sentient beings. We all become one with the Guru, one source of love and compassion, one source of light that dispels darkness of samsara. And we hold on to that vision as we recite the Mani mantra, remembering That Om represents body, speech, and mind, both of the defiled aspect that cause so much harm and suffering, reminding us of where we have come from. But Om also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. And we wish to transform to benefit Mother Sentient beings and to achieve the highest state of body, speech, and mind. We need to acquire wisdom and compassion and combine those in Om. So rather than just reciting Mani mantras on their own, we combine the Mani prayers with the praises to the Sublime Chenrezig. And we recite Mani mantras for each of the 6 realms individually. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha, for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times and enter samsara, and who endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. So as we recite the sections for the individual realms, reminding us of what causes us to be born in these realms. And it's very easy to look at these and the wordings and see those actions in other beings. If we look close, we also can see that many of us carry the seeds of these individual points, and therefore the potential to be reborn in the lower realms. But just to be reborn in the higher realms does not free us from samsara. Even in the 3 higher realms, there's suffering. Hence, we wish all beings to be freed from suffering and break the cycle of birth and death. We wish all sentient beings to be liberated. But if they must be reborn, may they be reborn in the higher realms, and ideally in the realm of human, where the level of suffering is just adequate to keep us on our toes and make decisions so that we can liberate ourselves. May we recite 3 rounds for each of the 3 rounds of malas for each of the realms. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginnerless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the realm of hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of craving spirits or hungry ghosts. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of ignorance, one is born in the realm of an animal. May all beings be afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness of the mind be reborn in your presence, O protector. Oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me. Oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me. Oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me. Oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me. Oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me. Oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me, oh, money pit me. Through the power of pet actions, given their existence, begin to establish the influence of desire. One is born in the realm of men. They are beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration, be reborn in the perfect pure land of liberation. Oh, money bid me, oh, money bid me, oh, money bid me, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, oh, money bid me, oh, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, oh, money bid me, oh, money bid me, oh, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me. Money bid me, money bid me, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, oh, money bid me, oh, money bid me, oh, money bid me. I think it was one of my brothers who might have been a bit of a tender who was commenting on how one of his teachers said to him that, you know, because Mani mantra, anything you ask can be used meditatively in different ways. We consider it from body, speech, and mind. transformation through wisdom and compassion, combine those in home. Right. Venerable mentioned that one of his teachers also said, because of the 6 syllables, it's also quite nice to remember the 6 realms. O, Ma, Ni for the lowest, He, Me, Hom for the upper realms. So again, we can utilize mantras in different ways, and in essence, we're still suffering of body, speech, and mind in many ways that we consider. It's nice to bring focus to our practices. So the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of jealousy. One is born in the realm of the jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. All beings who undergo the sufferings of transmigration and fall be reborn in pure land of the Potala. Oh, money bid me, oh, money bid me, oh, money bid me, oh, money bid me, oh, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me. Oh, money bid me, money bid me, money bid me. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the whole, spread the throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I would have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. Om Mani Padme Hum. Okay, so having recited the compassion prayer for all beings in the lower realm, maybe just do the let's recite one round of Tara mantras and then the protectors. So we recite them Taritu Taritu Soa. Let's remember that Om again represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara. Tara liberates from samsara. Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates us from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. May we recite this mantra recommended by His Holiness the Dalai Lama to remove any obstacles in this world for the speedy recovery of those who are sick. May they be restored to good health. May all the obstacles be removed for those who are entering the bardo, have entered the bardo. May the transition be swift, and may they be reborn in fortunate circumstances. May all those who suffer hardships be given whatever resources are necessary for them to escape those hardships and return to a state of happiness that is free from suffering. We also dedicate the Tara recitation for the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. Om Taritu Taritu Rasu, 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 Om Taritu Taritu Rasu. And we do the recitations for Vajra armor, and black magician. So we visualize for Vajra armor, dark blue, ferocious looking Vajrapani, with his 2 feet stretched out. He holds a Vajra in his right hand and his necklace in the left. His body is blazed with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body are admitted fire gorudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorm destroy all disease, epidemics, birds, harms, and interferers. And we have to remind ourselves, following the advice of His Holiness, that we do not wish to destroy the being. What we do wish to destroy is the seed that gives rise to the being acting a certain way that is harmful to others, and therefore keeping that being in a lower samsaric existence and in suffering itself. So wish for the being to be liberated. In order to that, we need to destroy the root seeds that drive the being to act a certain way. So we need to expend compassion in that area. So recite the Vajra mantra 7 times. Vajrapedum Padmasvari Ped, never share Niganang Tata, Savarita Hanana Vajana Vakshakshu, Vajrapedum Suri Ped, never share Niganang Tata, Savarita Hanana Vajana Vakshakshu, Vajrapedum Suri Ped, never share Niganang Tata, Vajana Vakshakshu, Vajrapedum Suri Ped, never share Niganang Tata, Savarita Hanana Vajana Vakshakshu, Suri Ped, never share Niganang Tata, Savarita Hanana Vajana Vakshakshu, Vajrapedum Suri Ped, never share Niganang Tata, Savarita Hanana Vajana Vakshakshu. Vajrapedum Padmasvari Ped, never share Niganang Tata, Savarita Hanana Vajana Raksha So. Visualize now how big protective layer has been put around you and every other sentient beings for their protection of our being. May outside forces not interfere with those beings, and may those beings be safe and guarded by their own actions. And black magician, if you visualize a wrathful one with 3 wrathful black magician with 3 eyes, and in his 2 hands he holds a scripture on the left and a sword on the right. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments, and he stands in the midst of a mass of fire. And the flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all other sentient beings, purifying all negative karmas, obstructions, sickness, spirits, superiors, and dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. Can we recite 7 times? Om tam che chu se de se de mi se ningula chakala chakam shantam pepisu. Om tam che chu se de se mi se ningula chakala chakam shantam pepisu. Che se de mi se ningula chakala chakam shantam pepisu. Om tam che se de mi se ningula chakala chakam shantam pepisu. Che se de mi se ningula chakala chakam shantam pepisu. Om tam che se de mi se ningula chakala shantam pepisu. Om tam che se de mi se ningula chakala chakam shantam pepisu. Thank you. So now we have 30 minutes. So we do 3 recitations of the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We've done extensive prayers, compassion prayers for beings in all the lower realms, for the individual realms. But we now recite these prayers for all beings collectively. The suffering of the body, the suffering of the speech, the suffering of the mind. And of course, we also think about the suffering that has come to be in existence because of the pandemic, but not exclusively the pandemic. May all those who are sick be restored to good health. May those who have entered the body or entering the body be reborn under favourable conditions, and may those who experience hardships be given whatever resources necessary to return to happiness that is free of suffering. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yah, Mother Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings, so they have been placed inside the mouth of Yah, Mother Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings, so they have been placed inside the mouth of Yah, Mother Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that concludes the main prayer. Shall we go for our dedications? May we dedicate to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May they all live long and healthy lives. May they be happy. May they meet the Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the precious lay community, Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions, who in the effort of keep preserving the Dharma and preserving the traditions, by engaging in studies, giving teachings, and carrying out translations, make sure that the Dharma exists for those who need it and wish to seek it for generations to come. May all our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friend, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we enjoy their company in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to our precious lay community, who through their kind generosity of giving their time, expertise, and financial support to ensure that Dharma centers and projects can flourish and help for the teachings to be continued and preserved. May they live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Sangha, the Dharma, and virtuous friends, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always enjoy the company in this and our future lifetimes. May we dedicate to our precious gurus, who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May all their wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we continue to be guided by their great kindness and expertise, and wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. May all his holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we see him one day be reunited with his people in Tibet. May we continue to benefit from his wisdom and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. How fortunate we are to be alive and in human form, so that we can access and listen to his teachings in this life. May we continue to do so in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great wisdom and foresight has tasked us with his prayerathon, and by doing so brought together the global community of the IMI Sangha, creating stronger bonds and connections in this life. May we carry on to expand on these and take them forward into new lifetimes. We have come together to practice deeper for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. And not just as a community of Sangha have we grown, but we have also grown by making connections to all those who have been kind enough to listen to us via Zoom or YouTube or in Gompas sitting with us. May we continue to have this path together and reach enlightenment as quickly as possible and ease the suffering of all mother sentient beings. Due to the merits of these virtuous sections, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, whatever, be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its inside. By myself alone, who's completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for Lama Zopa and Soliness first. Gangri Rawe Kwe Jinka Hamdi Pendang Deva Malu Jungwene Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso Yi Shape Site Pado Thank you for chi. Tübzü Changjing Yam Gön Gewe Tenzing Kön Pewe Kunzo Do Poze Choksum Kewe Leg Mun Tudru Padak Sok De Jagan Du Shaten Sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your kind support for the last 70 odd weeks. And to all the wonderful Sangha, the wonderful people in the background, Chenrezig Institute office staff who make sure that we can be out here. And yeah, thank you very much for all your continued support. It's been a great pleasure. It's a good time to practice with you all. And I see Venerable, you see, is already here. Hello, Venerable.
Good morning, Damcho.
How are you? Lovely to
thank you. Fine, thank you.
Lovely to see you.
And lovely to see you also. Thank you very much. Come stai?
I'm okay.
Bene?
Yes, bene.
You is Nalanda, no?
Yes.
Nalanda, okay.
All right.
Maybe see you.
See you again. Much love.
Again. Ciao.
Bye-bye.
Gracias. Ciao. Buongiorno Irene. Buongiorno Anna Stella. Buongiorno alle persone che sono connesse, che non vedo. Mattina sono mattiniera e quindi spiace se qualcuno ho fatto svegliare prima del solito. Magari ci avevate bisogno di riposarvi stamattina che è sabato, scusate. Ho pensato, sto pensando, meditando, no? Perché chiaramente la nostra vita è continua impermanenza. Allora, meditando sull'impermanenza, per questo ho deciso di farla presto, questa meditazione, per non perdere tempo, ecco. Quindi adesso volevo iniziare questa sessione con iniziamo pensando appunto che siamo vivi questa mattina e abbiamo una preziosissima rinascita umana, avendo incontrato il Dharma, e quindi utilizzarla al meglio delle nostre possibilità. E pensiamo che come Buddha Sakyamuni ha lasciato tutto, la sua grande ricchezza, e aveva tutto quello che era comfort, ma non era soddisfatto. Quindi ecco, qual è la cosa che ci fa a noi, soprattutto come praticanti, riflettere cos'è che ci incita alla pratica, è proprio riconoscere questa mente insoddisfatta, che è la causa, diciamo, di tutti i nostri problemi. Quindi una mente che cerca la felicità all'esterno di noi, e per non trovare mai, ecco, una vera soddisfazione. Quindi noi sappiamo questo a causa di aver incontrato l'esempio di tantissimi esseri come San Francesco in Gesù. Tantissime persone hanno dimostrato come attaccarsi agli oggetti del desiderio e ritenerli la fonte di tutta la nostra felicità è la causa di tutta la nostra insoddisfazione e frustrazione, una mente completamente, diciamo, illusa, no? Adesso facciamo questa pratica questa mattina con questo ricordo, prendiamo dentro di noi, generiamo dentro di noi la motivazione con questo ricordo, che tutti gli esseri senzienti, anche più piccolino degli esseri senzienti, non vuole nessun tipo di sofferenza come noi, esattamente come noi, e desidera anche la più piccola delle felicità esattamente come noi, no? Quindi c'è un pianeta di infiniti esseri senzienti come noi, e su questa base generiamo ora la nostra motivazione, ci prendiamo la responsabilità di non danneggiare nessuna forma di vita, proprio perché come noi, cioè riconoscendo questo, riconoscendo quello che abbiamo appena detto. Quindi ora con la nostra motivazione, la motivazione è veramente la causa di tutto quello che poi viene dopo, quindi stare molto attenti, e quindi diciamo è la nostra guida, la motivazione, è il nostro faro, il faro che teniamo dentro di noi, nel cuore. Quindi ora visualizziamo l'unità del maestro e con il divino Chenrezig, il Buddha della compassione, Thangtong Gyalpo. Visualizziamo davanti a noi, ed è a destra nostra madre, a sinistra nostra madre, a destra nostro padre, e poi immaginiamo tutti i nostri cari figli, compagni, compagne, sorelle, fratelli intorno a noi. Immaginiamo tutti gli infiniti esseri che soffrono come noi, immaginiamo intorno a noi, e quindi Chenrezig, il guru e Chenrezig vengono di fronte a noi nello spazio con la loro abilità psichica, e quindi noi quando guardiamo nello spazio, loro sono già lì, sono loro che vengono con la loro abilità, sono già presenti davanti a noi. Immaginiamo così. Quindi con un senso di profondo dispiacere nella sofferenza che pervade tutto il pianeta, riconoscendo appunto il grandissimo bisogno che tutti gli esseri hanno di amore, di compassione, di saggezza, per svilupparla dentro di noi, per renderla estremamente potente, adesso prendiamo rifugio nella santa mente dei nostri guru, dei nostri maestri, pensando che il rifugio è qualcosa che non viene dall'esterno soltanto, ma viene proprio dalla nostra partecipazione interna, interiore, il nostro sincero, fiducia che c'è nel potere dell'amore, nell'amore della compassione. Questo potere è qualcosa che ci riguarda personalmente. Anche noi come Buddha siamo dotati di questo potere. Quindi per rinforzarlo, riconoscendolo nel nostro guru, prendiamo rifugio. Riconoscendolo nella santa mente di Chenrezig, inseparabile dal guru. Quindi tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità di meditazione, delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità di meditazione, delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Tutti gli esseri senzienti che pervadono lo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità di meditazione, delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella vuota chiarezza della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Quindi adesso sentiamo in profonda responsabilità che ci siamo assunti prendendo rifugio, non danneggiare nessuna forma di vita. Questa presa di responsabilità è la causa della pace in tutto dentro di noi e portiamo pace ovunque andiamo. Quindi Avalokiteso era il Buddha della compassione unito al nostro guru Thangtong Gyalpo e viene sulla sommità della nostra testa in piedi e piano piano si assorbe e diventa una luce radiante come un uovo di luce, e attraverso il nostro canale centrale, attraverso Sushumna, entra nel nostro cuore. Quindi dobbiamo sentire questa unione nel nostro cuore. Ecco, un tutt'uno. Quindi questa luce radiante riempie tutto il nostro sistema nervoso. Questa energia diventa luce radiante. ora questa luce radiante viene emanata dal nostro corpo, va in tutto lo spazio universale e va a toccare tutti gli esseri da questa energia e viene trasformata tutta in una bellissima energia di luce. Tutti gli esseri vengono toccati. Cerchiamo di sentire questa unità con tutti gli esseri, con tutto l'universo. E questa energia è la nostra coscienza che si apre e abbraccia tutti gli infiniti esseri, tutto l'infinito universo. Mentre rimaniamo a contatto così, noi recitiamo il mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, pensando che questa energia, l'energia che va a curare tutti gli infiniti esseri senzienti, tutti gli esseri senzienti vengono energizzati, guariti, cioè curati da questa energia di amore, di compassione, la vera cura, la vera medicina. Quindi recitiamo il mantra Mani Padme Hum mentre stiamo così connessi con questa visualizzazione. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Quindi immaginiamo, sentiamo che l'energia che abbiamo emanato ha abbracciato tutta la nostra coscienza, ha abbracciato tutta l'energia universale, tutti gli esseri, come sono stati come curati, cullati da noi. La nostra coscienza è vasta come lo spazio, quindi ha la capacità di emanarsi così all'infinito. Quindi il suono del mantra ha risuonato in tutto l'universo e adesso questi raggi di luce ritornano magnetizzati dalla nostra coscienza, ritornano al nostro cuore. Ecco, adesso leggiamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera che ha liberato dalle malattie, dalle malattie. Molto potente questa preghiera, fatta dopo aver fatto la meditazione, diventa molto più potente la nostra preghiera. Quindi possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che sono il risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure danni arrecati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, ma insorgere nel reame del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche, dalle altre, per le quali gli esseri provano terrore, solamente a sentirle nominare come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Ama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dagli 80.000 tipi di interferenze, dai 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi e che privano il corpo e la mente da ogni piacere, venire totalmente pacificate e possa il corpo e la mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione del Guru e dei 3 gioielli, per il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, e per la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti, possono tutte queste numerose dediche preghiere essere esaudite appena espresse. Adesso facciamo dediche finali. Dall'aver accumulato dei meriti da questa pratica, soltanto aver desiderato anche un piccolo desiderio di fare una pratica come quella, solo nominare o sentire il nome di Avalokitesvara, il Signore dei 3 mondi, diciamo c'è un enorme, incredibile beneficio. Avere la relazione con il Chenrezig, il Buddha della compassione. Per i meriti accumulati che sono vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, possa io che sono vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte ottenere velocemente l'illuminazione che è vuota di esistere dalla sua parte e condurre tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono vuoti di esistere dalla parte a quello stato dell'illuminazione, io stesso da solo, quando tutta la nostra ignoranza, oscurità sarà dissolta, ecco, avremo, diciamo, questo potere di beneficiare attraverso l'amore e la compassione tutti gli infiniti esseri. Quindi è una preghiera per la lunga vita e giusta santità del Dalai Lama. Nel paese circondato da montagne innevate, tu sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità. Potente Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, ti prego rimanere fino alla fine del samsara. Preghiera di lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e dissemini la dottrina vittoriosa di Mangiunat, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere con orno e tre gioielli salvatori dei tuoi discepoli, ti prego, per favore, vivi a lungo. Preghiamo anche, facciamo una dedica anche per la lunga vita di Oser Rinpoche. Possa la preziosa mente dell'illuminazione, che non ha ancora sorto a sorgere, svilupparsi, e quella che è già sviluppata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. A causa di queste virtù, possa io diventare rapidamente un guru, Buddha, guidare quello stato ogni essere vivente senza alcuna eccezione. Dedichiamo ogni virtù accumulata al beneficio degli insegnamenti di tutti gli esseri migratori, in special modo affinché l'essenza degli insegnamenti del venerabile Tsongkhapa Losang possa splendere per sempre. Facciamo una dedica aggiuntiva che fa sempre Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, possa essere caro agli esseri senzienti come la loro propria vita, ed essi molto cari a me. Possono le loro azioni negative portare conseguenze a me e tutte le mie virtù portare conseguenze a loro. Finché ogni essere senziente di qualunque mondo non sia stato liberato, possa io rimanere nel mondo per amore suo, anche se ho conseguito l'illuminazione. Sua Santità aggiunge che se il merito di queste preghiere avessero forma, non potrebbero essere contenuti nei mondi che sono numerosi come i granelli di sabbia del Gange. Quindi possa io essere oggetto di felicità per tutti gli esseri senzienti secondo i loro desideri e senza interferenze, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, il vento, la medicina e le foreste. Quindi questi sono diversi di buon auspicio, bellissimi, che veramente ci fanno tanto bene soltanto a sentirli nominare, e quindi abbiamo concluso. Adesso c'è Raffaello, quindi mi lascio a Raffaello. Grazie a tutti, grazie Irene, grazie Anna Stella. Ciao Raffaello.
Ciao Lucia.
Buona
ciao,
pratica.
Ciao. Grazie.
Buona pratica con Chenrezig.
Buona giornata.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Buona giornata. Ciao.
Ciao. Buongiorno a tutti, eccoci qua. Prendo il testimone da Lucia e continuiamo. Per cui un attimo di rilassamento del nostro corpo, quindi assumiamo la posizione meditativa e invitiamo la consapevolezza a entrare nel nostro corpo, rilassiamo il nostro corpo, se siamo già rilassati lo rilassiamo ulteriormente. In questo corpo un po' più rilassato invitiamo la mente a dimorare dove c'è il corpo e non di andare sopra, sotto, a destra, a sinistra, nello spazio e nel tempo, ma rimanere qui adesso. E per fare questo associamo la nostra mente ad osservare il respiro che entra e che esce, e le sensazioni che si generano da questo atto respiratorio spontaneo. Una volta fatto questo, cerchiamo di sviluppare la corretta motivazione, quindi quella motivazione che deve essere religiosa, nel senso di essere più interessato alle vite future che a quella presente, e quella presente solo come strumento per indirizzare nel modo migliore rispetto ai nostri desideri la vita futura, le vite future. Con l'intenzione non di rimanere nell'esistenza ciclica, ma di uscirne, e di uscirne non solo per noi stessi, ma soprattutto per tutti gli altri che sono stati nostra madre, sono stati estremamente gentili con noi e che stanno vivendo lo stesso dramma esistenziale di continuamente prendere rinascita all'interno dell'esistenza ciclica che è caratterizzata dal dolore e dalla insoddisfazione. Comprendendo che tutti gli esseri, per quanto alcuni ci possono piacere, altri no, e la maggior parte ci rimangono indifferenti, tutti sono stati nostra madre, tutti sono stati gentili con noi e tutti sono all'interno dell'esistenza ciclica. Quindi sono l'oggetto della nostra compassione, e sulla base della grande compassione, cioè quella compassione che non lascia fuori nessuno, nemmeno un singolo insetto, ci determiniamo a fare qualcosa di effettivo per cambiare questa gentilezza e per eliminare tutto il dolore. Cioè di diventare Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri, per diventare Buddha per poterli guidare fuori dal pantano dell'esistenza ciclica. Quindi concentriamo la nostra attenzione su questa modalità, su questa motivazione di alto livello. Di fronte a noi Buddha Chenrezig, un volto a quattro braccia, fatto di luce che ci osserva, e attorno a noi invece tutti gli esseri senzienti in forma umana, e li guidiamo nella presa di rifugio. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni, possiamo ottenere lo stato di Buddha per poter essere in grado di beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni, possiamo ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Tramite la pratica della generosità e di tutte le altre perfezioni, possa ottenere lo stato di Buddha per essere in grado di beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti. E una volta presa rifugio, noi recitiamo il mantra di Chenrezig stesso e andiamo avanti per anche una dozzina di minuti. La visualizzazione sappiamo qual è: dal cuore di Chenrezig di fronte a noi raggi di luce si emanano e pervadono completamente il nostro corpo e purificano corpo, parola e mente, non solo il nostro corpo, la nostra mente, ma anche quello di tutti gli esseri senzienti attorno a noi, eliminando ogni tipo di problema, in particolare nello specifico il problema del Covid, che ancora non si decide ad abbandonare questo pianeta. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Avendo fatto questo, noi facciamo la preghiera effettiva. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie, potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio, che portano ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Quindi a questo punto noi semplicemente facciamo l'assorbimento del Buddha Chenrezig di fronte a noi, ok? E come facciamo? Portiamo il Buddha Chenrezig sopra il nostro capo, si rimpicciolisce della grandezza di un pollice e lentamente entra dentro di noi attraverso il canale centrale fino a collocarsi al chakra del nostro cuore, e la mente del Buddha Chenrezig con la nostra mente si mescolano diventando di un unico sapore. E quindi cerchiamo di sentire queste cose per un attimo. Fatto questo assorbimento, dedichiamo l'energia positiva che abbiamo creato assieme in questo incontro. E prima di tutto dedichiamo per la realizzazione di bodhicitta, la mente che sta sostenendo la nostra meditazione. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. E così pure dedichiamo per la realizzazione della vacuità. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. E dedichiamo per i malati. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti e malati, in particolare in questo momento per il Covid, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza alcuna eccezione. E dedichiamo affinché si possa essere sempre in collegamento con gli esseri nel modo più alto. Posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stesso, posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possono tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. E così pure, dal momento che siamo motivati dalla bodhicitta, non dobbiamo pensare alla nostra liberazione, ma a ottenere lo stato di Buddha per il beneficio degli esseri. Per cui dobbiamo dedicare per dimorare nel samsara per gli esseri senzienti. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. E così pure posso io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri e come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Poi dedichiamo, in modo da sigillare i meriti con la vacuità, per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, gli innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte. Possa io, che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte. E a questo punto dedichiamo per la lunga vita dei nostri maestri e in particolare per Sua Santità il Dalai Lama. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio o felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. E dedichiamo per l'autore e l'ispiratore di questa maratona, che è Rinpoche. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che funge il generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffonde la dottrina di vittorioso di Manjuna, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli. Per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. E così, a questo punto, aggiungiamo la dedica anche per tutti i maestri che ci guidano perfettamente lungo il sentiero. Dedichiamo affinché abbiano lunga vita e che tutti i loro progetti e i desideri di aiutare gli altri abbiano successo. E possiamo aggiungere le nostre dediche specifiche e private, magari persone che sappiamo che hanno bisogno, dedichiamo mentalmente anche per loro. Ok, grazie. Abbiamo finito. Adesso lascio il testimone a venerabile. Oh, pensavo che fosse Techchok. Who is going to continue? Is you,
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't really mind, but I put my name for 7:30.
Okay. So I finished. So I just passed the witness to you then.
Okay. So anyway, we'll see if Techchok is there. Is he there?
Oh, yeah, I see, but he's not moving. So
he's not moving. He's frozen.
Yes.
So in the plan, it says that he will do the 8 o'clock session.
Hello, I'm listening. I'm not moving. I'm getting ready, and I'm here just to listen to Anirita.
Okay, but if you want to do the 7:30 session, you can also.
No. I'm here for 8.
No.
I'm here for 8. See you in half an hour.
Okay, great.
Okay, so
take care.
Okay. Ciao a tutti, ci vediamo sabato prossimo. Ciao ciao.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody, or I don't know, good afternoon already, if you are somewhere in Australia. So what I usually do, so we can start, since we are doing Chenrezig practice, then after taking refuge, I do this supplication to Chenrezig by King Thangtong Gyalpo, so that he, so that we ask for protection when we are kind of in dangerous situations. Of course, when I recite the prayer, then I always think like, wow, this is really good. I need to remember when the situation is really there. But then, of course, when the situation is there, then I forget. But anyway, so, but slowly, since I'm doing this almost every Saturday, slowly, it kind of gets a little bit more integrated in my life, because this is really where the Dharma should be, isn't it? Should be in our daily life, in our actions of body, speech, and mind, and especially in our thoughts, motivation, and aspirations, and our attitude. Okay, so we start by taking refuge, and also I can do this screen share. And also taking refuge again, you know, it can be, as Lama Zopa Rinpoche was giving this very nice teaching not so long ago, that we shouldn't take refuge like a robot, but of course it can be just like blah, blah, blah. But it's really important if the mind is there. And I was also thinking the other day, when I sit down in the morning to do my just silent meditation, I don't really take refuge with words before. Because what I noticed is that the attitude of, you know, repeating these verses again and again and again and again, but also meditating on them, that the attitude is there. I mean, I'm not sitting down to do my silent morning meditation just to feel good or feel calm and whatever. I'm really doing this because I want to get out of samsara. I want to get, not to be under the control of my unhelpful emotions anymore. And why? Because I want to be of benefit to others. So maybe we can just, before we say the words, we can just try to feel this being totally fed up with being under the control of especially the self-centeredness. I think the more you practice, the more attachment, and especially with me, aversion, doesn't have so much power over me anymore. Or at least I notice it, and then I can, you know, just by noticing it, actually an antidote is being applied. And I can be careful what I'm saying, not what I'm doing with the body. I mean, my body is not doing anything aggressive anymore, but the speech and the mind. So, but especially the self-centeredness when it's, you know, about making plans or how do I want to spend the day, I see it's always what is good for me. And where can I meet the least possible problem? So we need to be fed up with this. Even though sometimes short term, you know, it gives us an easy life, or we can avoid problems or solve problems, or have, it seems to be beneficial short term to be self-centered, but long term doesn't get us anywhere, especially it doesn't get us out of samsara. So that is the first thing, like really being fed up. Then also feeling, you know, when you think about your people that you loved once, the people that you are feeling close to, the people that you spontaneously have a thought, may they be happy, may they be free from suffering and the causes of suffering, when we see how we cannot help, how useless we are very often, and also in this whole situation now in the world. I mean, the world is going totally crazy. I shouldn't be laughing, but it is in a way laughable. We all want to be happy. Nobody wants to suffer. And then what are we doing? We're just creating more causes for more disputes, for more separation, for more fighting, for more aggression, and so on. And then we see, you know, as an ordinary human being, there's not much we can do. Of course, we can go to certain organizations and also go in the street and demonstrate and all this, which we should do. It's okay to say our opinion, whom we are for and whom we are against. But then again, you know, it's like it's not really changing that much. Especially it doesn't get rid of our self-centeredness. So then we think, you know, I want to be able to lead beings to a state which is free from suffering and the causes of suffering. And not just some beings, not just the ones who are close to me. And then we think about all our past lives and the future lives we will still have, how dependent we are on others, how much contact we make with others, how many beings just for, you know, 1 minute need to do their job properly so that we can enjoy the life that we are having, that we are enjoying. We owe so much. And the best way to repay that kindness that we receive from others, either, you know, directly or indirectly, is this thought, I need to become a Buddha in order to be able to lead beings to that state. And then you think about your guru in his form or her, the way that we can talk to him or her, and then you watch what's happening in your heart. And we feel that connection, that gratitude, the joy, the devotion, the respect. And we think, where would I be without this person? Would I be so devoted to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha? Most probably not, if it would be just books or YouTube videos or whatever. Somebody that we can ask for advice, somebody that is guiding us. And so when we think, whoa, how can somebody like me guide all beings to the state of enlightenment? Well, look at the Guru in his human form. His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche. In my case, Kirti Tsenchab Rinpoche. He was able to inspire me in a way that I really wanted to take up these not so easy practices. A book is not able to do that. We think I have to become, first of all, of course, like a Buddha, so that I can manifest in forms that then other sentient beings will allow me to guide them out of samsara and to a state which is full of a state of full awakening. And then we need to nourish this trust in our own potential. And sometimes Westerners say, oh yeah, well, that's the most difficult thing. Well, if you don't trust your Buddha nature, that means you don't trust the Buddha's teaching. I mean, if you look at the Uttara Tantra text, it clearly states all beings have uninterruptedly, spontaneously, naturally, this Buddha potential of Tathagata Garbha. The seed, the potential to become fully awake. What can we lose if we start trusting it? What can we lose if we stop identifying with what is covering it, which is our unhelpful emotions? So this is why when we take refuge here, the last line, we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So it's an empty clarity filled with compassion, wanting to lead all sentient beings to that state. So you can visualize in the space in front of you, Avalokiteshvara, because we're going to do the Chenrezig practice afterwards. 4 arms, 1,000 arms, 1 head, 11 heads, whatever you feel more comfortable, or another image of a manifestation of compassion and wisdom. It's translucent, it's made of light. And what is most important, to feel the connection, to be protected, to be guided, to be inspired, to be loved, to be accepted the way we are by these Buddhas, because that's what they promised. So this is why somebody becomes a Buddha, in order to lead all sentient beings to full awakening. That includes me, no matter whether I'm a good person, not such a good person, full of delusions, no delusions, whatever. So it's important to give this appearance the function to be able to guide me, to inspire me, to activate my positive karma to become fully awakened. The skillful means, the universal compassion, the universal wisdom in the form of Avalokiteshvara, which is oneness with the Guru, the way I know him in his human form. So you let the visualization of your Guru, the image of your Guru, kind of melt into the unify with the image of Chenrezig. Because otherwise the Guru is too near and is too ordinary, and Chenrezig or the Buddha is too far away. It's too extraordinary. And then we take refuge. I want to benefit all sentient beings. The way I am now is not going to work. So that's why I trust the methods of the Buddha, which is the Dharma, and I accept the help of the Sangha to inspire me, to lead me to the state of full awakening. And I trust my potential to be able to do so. This is the purpose and the meaning of my precious human rebirth. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. While we say these words, there should be a lot of joy, actually. Because we have a method, we trust the method, and we have the potential to attain the state of totally free from suffering and causes of suffering, and being omniscient to know how to guide others to that state. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we can do this. So you keep Chenrezig in the space in front of you, and we can do there it is. We can do this supplication to Chenrezig, which was translated very beautifully by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And he says, if you keep Compassion Buddha, who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers. But we have to remember, this is the thing. So then first, of course, we think about ourselves. We request Chenrezig for the following things to happen to you, but then also we open up our heart and then we think you cause them to happen to all other sentient beings. This is an extremely effective way to generate bodhicitta and the good heart of cherishing others. So very often when we talk about bodhicitta, people think, oh, this is so difficult. It's actually not so difficult. It's very simple because it's all sentient beings. So we don't have to make a choice. So, you know, like samsaric, kind of like, dislike, not interested, is much more complicated because every time we have to make a decision. So here it's very clear, all sentient beings. Namo Guru Lokeshvaraya. Please look at me with compassion, universal being enriched with power. Please be my guide and save me, perfect, pure treasure of compassion. I request you, Supreme Arya Compassionate Eye-Looking One, please be my captain, liberating me from the great ocean of beginningless samsara, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. And again, we don't forget that Chenrezig is the Guru. When I am obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be my illuminating light, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I have a blazing fire of anger toward my enemies, please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I have violent waves of attachment towards my enemy friends, please help me realize the ultimate nature, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I am bound to my possessions by the knot of miserliness, please be my manager of giving, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I am intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusions, please be my king of medicine, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I am disturbed and frightened at the time of death, please show me your face and introduce self-nature, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. So when we're able to remember this verse at the time of death, I mean, this will be so beneficial. When I am surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be my refuge and guide, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I am traveling the unknown, dangerous path of the intermediate state, please be my close relative, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I am wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take me to your pure land, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I am experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover me with a tent of light, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I have taken the body of an unknown baby, please be my supreme virtuous friend, Compassionate Eye-Looking One. When I always visualize you on my crown, make offerings and praise you, please be my root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. When I visualize you on my heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be my mind seal deity and the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When I experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be my Dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. When my mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, please grant whatever attainments I wish, compassionate eye-looking one. When I make requests with the continual sound of the 6 syllables, please always look at me with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one, and especially the yearning to attain the state of Chenrezig. So if you have the initiation, then of course you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig. If you don't have the initiation, Chenrezig stays in the space in front of you or at your crown. If you have initiation, now it comes to your crown, melts into light through your central channel, sinks into your heart chakra in order to bring to the surface our Buddha potential, to eliminate the all hindrances that we have in order to be able to live our potential, our values. You know, we all have values that come very naturally. Speaking for myself, I'm not quite able to live them, so this is what I want, to live them spontaneously, uninterruptedly, and effortlessly. The same way as now, spontaneously, uninterruptedly, and effortlessly, I have absolutely no wish to kill a human being or any other being, no wish. So this can go for all the other values then as well. Okay, so then Chenrezig at your crown melts into light through the central channel, absorbs into your heart chakra. As it is doing this, we think we let go or dissolve our 5 contaminated aggregates, which are then replaced by the 5 Buddha families. We dissolve our 5 mental poisons, which are replaced by the 5 Buddha wisdoms. And then out of the clear light of the Dharmakaya, one arises as Chenrezig, again, either 11 heads and 1,000 arms, or 1 head, 4 arms. To really feel, to have this confidence through these practices, the supplications to Chenrezig, absorption, knowing about emptiness, having generated bodhicitta. Now I am Chenrezig. At my heart is a moon disk, on top of it the syllable Kri, around it the mantra. And from this, very strong light rays are going out, which first, again, as it fills our body because at the heart in this moon disk, first the light fills our body, so we kind of get rid of all traces of thinking that there's some inherently existing Chenrezig there. Or we get rid of traces of, this is just fantasy. All of it is just fantasy anyway, but this one is a pure fantasy, a beneficial fantasy, projection. So from our body, very spontaneously, because like the sun, rays are going out in all the directions, not just, in the front, but from all directions, touching each and every sentient being. And as it touches them, they transform into Chenrezig. And of course, again, now the numbers are going up. So we think about people who have caught the COVID, and we especially think about, all the aggression that is there for vaccination, not vaccination, measures that the government is giving us, not wanting to follow them. In Holland, they had people being injured and so much fighting because people are demonstrating against the whole thing. May the governments have the power to find skillful things in order to get this pandemic under control. So that's what we sent the light to. May all the aggression that kind of divides people, may it subside. May we start working together. May we stop being against something in a very violent way, whether it's for or against vaccine, doesn't matter. May we find a good solution. Then, of course, we send it to all the people who are already now in the hospitals, in intensive care, and especially all the people who work in the hospitals, the doctors, the nurses, people in the lab, who work very hard in order to find a solution for this pandemic to stop. All other beings who have suffered financially, mentally, because of the COVID, but then of course, long term, we do this for all sentient beings. No mani padme hum, Om 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 mani padme hum. Then we are Chenrezig, we are a Buddha, but now with the confidence of being Thangtong Gyalpo, who by reciting this prayer makes a huge difference. Because of the pandemic, we recite this prayer a few times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. All embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. One more time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrified beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Maybe it's good just to recite one time these 2 mantras, because infection is going up again, to be protected. Om Padmashavari Pe Nem Parishig Naganam Tayata Sarva Virita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Trasur Chusur Turtasur Turmisur Ningo Lachur Kala Cha Kamsham Trampe Pe Soha. And you can blow in your hand and inhale it if you want. This was at the beginning of the pandemic. This was given by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, these 2 verses, these 2 mantras. Then may the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, may the arisen not decline but increase more and more due to this virtue. May I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. And we think again with a lot of, totally open heart, a lot of joy, gratitude, respect, and devotion. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Mashunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, savior of myself and others, you disciples, please, please live long due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings. May all wars, sicknesses, famine, torture, poverty, economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, the pandemic stopped, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everybody's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. May sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Hello, Venerable Tek Chokla.
Hello, Anila. How are you?
I have a question, because we are looking for a French digital version of the Medicine Buddha Puja. Can you check us at Nalanda if you have such a thing? Because Edition Mahayana is saying they don't have. Chantal is saying that they don't have. But I can't imagine that this is not being done.
Okay, I will check. If Venerable Chantal and Edition Mahayana, Venerable Dechen says they don't have. Well, Dechen is Edition Mahayana.
Okay, so then it doesn't exist.
But I can ask. I can ask the French guys.
Yeah, maybe they have something like this. Because last night, because now I'm connected to the center in Martigny, so we did Medicine Buddha Puja. So we were 4 people at the center, or 5, and then 6 people on the Zoom. But then there is something which is the names of the Buddha, but it's not the same, and it's a bit frustrating. For then you have to decide which version are we doing, and it's not very conducive for people to continue to do that. So that's just that. And how are you?
Complicated, zooming, expressing all the issues that I'm dealing with, all my demons. Anila, where are you at now? This is Ronnie's apartment?
Huh?
Is this Ronnie's apartment?
No, I'm still in Switzerland. I booked because, I needed a third shot in order to be able to go to Israel. So, which I have, but I need to wait 2 weeks in order to be able to enter. And I still have some commitments with the center here in Martigny. We're going to do Tara night on the 27th and Lama Zopa and so on. So I booked a flight for the 15th to go to Israel, hoping that they're not putting Switzerland on the red country list. This would be the third time that I have to cancel a ticket, but it's okay, I just keep making the steps, and then if it's possible to go, I go. If it's not possible, well, I don't. So I'm in the valley, I'm in the mountains. It's a very near skiing areas, it's very beautiful. And Sophie gave me her apartment in the meantime, as I'm waiting to go to Israel, because I left Bern.
Yeah.
And Martigny, they just have a city center, they don't have accommodation.
Okay, Anila, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was very nice to see you. And if at any time you want to call or something, please do. And we can have, that would be nice. Okay, great.
Yeah. Okay,
take care.
Thank you.
Really
thank
good
you.
to see you.
So, first of all, I would like to thank the media team at Chenrezig Institute. Thank you so much. What a wonderful thing that you're doing, enabling us to connect and do these practices. And I would like to thank Venerable Damcho, now at Nalanda, who is doing the administration of these Zoom practices, and not only doing the administration, but also doing so many of the sessions. So let us start by thinking why we're doing this practice, the way we're doing it, and who we are including in our thoughts. So, visualize all sentient beings in human form are sitting around us. All sentient beings, all humans, all animals, all the ghosts, all the intermediate state beings, all the gods and demigods, all those in the form and formless realms. Just think, imagine that ultimately we are all leading them to enlightenment. But as we are not enlightened ourselves, at the moment we're wishing them to be free from any disease, and the world is rid of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we take refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of ghouls, Yidam, and Lakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of ghouls, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of ghouls, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. So, the following visualization I copied from the Lama Yeshe Wisdom Archive. The visualization that Rinpoche explained in Madrid in 2009, and as it will be very clear, I adopted it a bit. So, visualize yourselves on Chenrezig, standing, proud, very wise and compassionate. White in color, he has 11 heads, 1,000 arms, in each hand an eye. The hands closest to the body hold implements. He has all the jewelry, tiara, necklaces, bracelets, anklets, rings of an Indian prince, silken garments. And visualize such a Chenrezig on the crown of every hell being, hungry ghost, animal, human being, sura, asura, intermediate state being, and yourself. And visualize nectar beams that are radiating out from this 1,000 arm Chenrezig and entering into the body and mind. Yourself and all sentient beings. And these nectar beams are purifying sicknesses. As Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, these nectar beams completely purifying. The cause of the particular sickness and spirit harm is negative karma and defilement, collected from beginner's time up to now. Completely purified. And we can think of the COVID-19 pandemic, people who are in lockdown, people who are in hospitals and respirators, people who are suffering mentally, physically, financially, socially. Same visualization of the nectar beams that are radiating out from 1,000 arm Chenrezig that is above the crown of all suffering mother sentient beings and entering the body and mind of all sentient beings, completely purifying from any sickness and spirit harm. Constantly purifying with this visualization and recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum. We have to request Chenrezig to guide us, everybody, families and all sentient beings. And it's good to remember the suffering, visualize the suffering as extensive as possible, and that they're constantly being purified as we chant or recite the Chenrezig mantra. I added a request from the request prayer from the Nuns sadhana. I would like to recite it 3 times. O our compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers and all sick tremors, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request this vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to field of bliss. O our compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers and all sick realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusion. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to field of bliss. O I, compassionate eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers and all sick realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to field of bliss. I'd like to dedicate each Om Mani Padme Hum that we recite to the fulfillment of the holy wishes of our virtuous friends, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Jadol Rinpoche, and others. Through the generation of loving kindness and compassion, may all the wars and killing and famine and diseases like the COVID-19 pandemic and the imbalance of the elements in the world stop right now. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 I'd like to recite the actual prayer 7 times. May all the diseases and sadness of the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirit, innocent Buddha, does not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Please remember to keep the visualization of 1,000 Chenrezig that is emitting rays of nectar beams. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in the mere instance, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits of suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power to be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, power of the kingdoms, some protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility to come and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirit, innocent Buddha, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, the power of the kingdoms, some protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of permanent result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirit, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings until they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. By the compassion of the gold and the three jewels, by the power of the kidneys, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of common itself, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Just remind you to keep the visualization of 1,000 armed Chenrezig at the top of the head, emitting rays of nectar beams, purifying all negative karma and delusion that are the causes of the sicknesses. May all the diseases and sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such that the harms of God, spirit, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in the mere instant not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, by the power of the kidneys, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of common its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May all the diseases and saddens the mind of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirits, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in the mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. By the compassion of the ghouls and the three jewels, power of the kidneys, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of common its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May all the diseases and sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such that the harms of God's spirit, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, is like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound whose names terrify beings as those have been placed inside the mouth of Dharma, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits of Thangtong, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and plan be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility to have come in its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. This would be the last recitation. May all the diseases and sadness of minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's spirit, innocent of Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. For whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in mere instance not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound whose name is terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits of some suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements depriving body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and plan be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of common its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Now we can let go of the visualization of Thangtong Chenrezig, dissolve with the intensity of light. It is absorbed into you and permeates your whole body. I'd like to add a few mantras of green tar as suggested by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the practice that we can do to stop the pandemic. Venerable Allah, great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions and clear away every obstacle, that all my rooted being may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Om Tada 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 Som 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 Tada 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 Som Tada 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 Som Tada 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 Som Tada 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 Som Tada 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 Som Tada 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 Som Tada 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 I'd like to start the dedications. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmitter being never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Atotara. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacle be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losam Drapa, who lived an eminent life, endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, when I am completely empty of existing from its own side. I fully dedicate to all these virtues to be able to train just like some hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhattacharya as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with dedication praised as the best, but they all gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Due to the 2 types of merit of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one Losam Drapa shine resplendent forever. May I and all others, particularly the IMI Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in bodhicitta, and live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may we be able to complete our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teaching. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana are like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising and betraying. I seek your blessing to discern the meaning of Nagatunastov, that these 2 are mutually complementary and not contradictory. The wish granting, this is the long life of His Honour Dalai Lama. The wish granting, wish fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of Snowland teachings and transmitter beings, who extensively clarify the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus in hand, Lord Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. For the very long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold this pure small way, serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciple, please, please, live long. So, I finished. I don't know who's.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing
Hello.
well.
Very good. Very well.
Is
Good.
that your room behind you? Or is
Yes.
that beautiful room? Very nice, spacious room. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I wish you very best.
Thank you. Thank you. You take care and give my regards to everybody at Nalanda.
I will.
Okay.
Thank you.
So welcome everybody to the next section of Thangtong Gyalpo. I'm joining you from Tosamling Nunnery in Lower Dharamsala, and my name is Tenzin Palvan. It's a beautiful afternoon here, and it's I feel very honored and privileged to be part of this International Sangha offering this very precious prayer recommended by our Holy Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So I'd like to start by actually sharing the screen of an image of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, and I hope you can see that. Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo was none other than Shakyamuni Buddha, actually in one of his previous lives. And there was a pandemic at his time, and it was through the power of his bodhicitta that he composed this prayer that we are all reciting in order to put an end to the pandemic. You know, nothing else worked. They tried all kinds of things. And so we are very, very fortunate to be reciting this prayer together at this particular point in time to end the pandemic and the social, the economic problems, all the challenges that have come along with the pandemic or worsened with the pandemic. So let's just start by taking a few minutes to focus on our breaths. So we will keep the object of meditation as the awareness of our breath. And you can count if you wish with each in-breath and out-breath as one. And then we can slowly count till 10. And when you get to 10, we can count again. If you find your mind wandering, which it invariably will, just bring it back with the mental faculty of alertness. Bring it back to your breath, and then with mindfulness or the rope of mindfulness, just keep your mind on the breath as best as you can. And with each out breath, just relax as much as you can. So let's just count till 10 and let go of all our to-do lists and just simply focus on our breath and relax with each out breath. And now from this quiet space, we are going to visualize in front of us our Guru in the form of 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. So I'll just share the picture of Avalokiteshvara. Beautifully bedecked with 11 heads and 1,000 arms, holding various implements, indicating his different levels of attainment. And visualize that around him are all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. And each one of them is looking at us with great love and compassion. And surrounding us is the Bodhicitta field, which is our mother and all sentient beings from the 6 realms on the left-hand side, and our father and all sentient beings from the 6 realms on the right-hand side. And if you have any challenging or difficult people, you can place them in front of you out of gratitude for the lessons that they are teaching us. And now take a few minutes just to visualize that being, the live being who is actually present in front of us, even if you cannot visualize all the details, and feel his immense love and compassion pouring upon each one of us. The Guru of Avalokiteshvara sees everything that we have done and sees everything about us. So there's nothing that we need to hide from him. And we open our hearts to accept him as our refuge. And we allow ourselves to experience his great love and compassion. And we remind ourselves that we are doing this practice not just for our own benefit, but for the benefit of all sentient beings, for this pandemic to end, for the end of all social and economic ills, for all the negativities and sufferings that people are facing in different parts of the world, like Afghanistan, Palestine, Syria, Tibet. And so we don't leave any sentient being out. And keeping that in mind, let's take refuge. So we'll do the refuge prayer, and hopefully you have a copy of the prayer already downloaded. And so let's recite the refuge prayer together. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now I'd like to bring up the image of Guru Venkateshwara, and we're going to do a series of visualizations while we recite Om Mani Padme Hum. So first we have to acknowledge that this pandemic came about as a result of causes, and it was the collective result of all the causes that we collectively created. And so we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to help us to kind of purify all the negativities that have contributed to these causes. So we'll start by requesting Avalokiteshvara to pour down from his crown brilliant white light into each one of our crowns, completely purifying all the negativities of our body. So any sexual misconduct we engaged in, any killing or any stealing, we humbly ask Guru Avalokiteshvara to completely purify it with this brilliant white light. And visualize that as this white light pours into our body, it completely purifies all the negativities, which comes out like dirty laundry water through our feet. So we take this opportunity to openly confess any negativity that we may have engaged in with regards to our body as a result of our affliction that caused pain and hurt to other sentient beings. And now we'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum together loudly for a few times, and then do one round of the mala softly while we imagine this visualization happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to visualize that all the negativities of your body and of all sentient beings has been completely purified. And now we visualize from Guru Avalokiteshvara's throat pours out this brilliant red light into each one of our throats, completely purifying all the negativities of our speech. So on a daily basis, we contribute so much to hurting one another through a harsh speech, through divisive speech, through lying, and through our idle chatter. And so we confess this openly and we make the resolve that from now on we will be more mindful of our speech. And we request Guru Avalokiteshvara to completely purify all the negativities created through our speech. And so again, as we visualize the red light coming in and purifying us and coming out like dirty laundry water, we recite Om Mani Padme Hum loudly at first and then softly together. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to visualize that all the negativities of your speech and of all sentient beings have been completely purified and transformed into the wise, skillful, compassionate speech of Guru Avalokiteshvara. And now from this heart, visualize this beautiful blue-green light pouring into each one of our hearts, completely purifying all the negativities of our mind. As we know, there is no external cause or external creator, and the primary cause of our suffering comes from our own minds. And if we look at our own minds, we see that we have very, very strong ignorance, especially the self-grasping ignorance that grasps at a self that exists from its own side. And based on this erroneous view, we then have this strong sense of I and mine, especially when our buttons get pushed. And then that brings about all these wrong conceptualizations and then the afflictions as a result of which we engage in all the negative acts of body and speech and therefore contribute to so much suffering in the world. So we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara, we confess all our attachments and our desire and as a result of craving and grasping all the pain and hurt we caused others, and then by pushing them away because they didn't give what you wanted, or they were obstructing what we wanted. And because of the divisions that we created, there was so much disharmony that arose as a result of it. All of it, of course, which is based on this ignorant sense of self and then our self-cherishing attitude. So we confess this openly and request Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify all these negativities. And we visualize that this happens as we recite this mantra, and the blue-green light slowly fills our whole mind and the minds of all sentient beings as we recite this mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Just So I'm sorry, my internet connection just went out, but we are back again. So we visualize from the heart of Guru Avalokiteshvara, hundreds and zillions of Guru Avalokiteshvaras pouring into each one of our hearts, completely purifying all the negativities of body, speech, and mind, and transforming us into little Avalokiteshvaras. And this is possible because each one of us has the Buddha seed within us. And by walking the path and by making the effort to transform our minds, we too can become like Guru Avalokiteshvara, who started out as an ordinary being like us. So we do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize hundreds and zillions of Guru Avalokiteshvaras pouring into each one of our crowns, completely transforming us into Avalokiteshvaras and our beautiful planet Earth into a celestial mansion. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now we realize, though, that this was just a visualization. And so we make the commitment that we will do whatever it takes in order to walk the path, to transform ourselves and become a Buddha in order to benefit all sentient beings. So as a first step, we recite this prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo together. So I'm going to share the screen so you can also see it. So we will recite this prayer 3 times together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary condition, such as the harms of Brahma spirits, illnesses, and debuters, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 protectors, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Once more, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the brutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And the last time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the brutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we'll do a round of Tara prayers as recommended by His Holiness, so as to end this pandemic. So I hope you can see her image. So I'll start by reciting her short prayer. O my prostrate to the goddess for destroyer, liberating Lady Tara, homage to Tara, savioress heroine, with to Tara dispelling all fears, granting all benefits with Guru, to her with sound Soha I bow. So visualize beautiful blue-green Taras sitting in front of you with 2 feet and 2 hands, her right leg extended, ready to step out the moment we need her help, and both her hands holding the beautiful Utpala flowers, and she's beautifully bedecked with jewelry and ornaments. So we visualize that as we recite her mantra, Om Tare Tare Ture Swaha, that the nectar comes out from her heart, completely purifying us and all the sentient beings around, for as far as I can see, completely of all the negativities of body, speech, and mind, and all the impurities in our world, including the pandemic and the social and the economic evils. All of this gets completely pacified. So please recite with me. Om Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 So we'll end with the dedication prayers. Changchu Semchu Rinpoche, Make Panan Kekuchi, Kepan Empa Mipayan, Gogme Gungyu Palwarsho. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly praised by the victorious one. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Jampel Pavo Jitar Kenpadang Kuntu Sampo Deyan Dejinte Deda Kunji Jesu Dablo Che Geva Deda Tamche Rakyugo Yuzum Shepe Yawa Tamche Ki Goa Gangla Chutu Gapade Dagi Geve Sawa Dikon Kyam Sampo Chuche Rakyugo Varji. And we finally end by the short, long life prayers of both His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Jite come there, pende malupa, gangle chove, sampe yisheno. Padre Sone Tenzin Gyatsola Soa Depsu Tuje Lundrukshu Dukshul Chanzing Jangon Yahweh Tenzin Kyom Pelwe Kunzo Do Pose Chosum Korwele Mondudro Ada Sodulje Gundu Shapten Shu. So thank you very much for all of you joining me, and I wish you all be safe and take care of yourself. And I want to thank the Chenrezig team and especially Venerable Damcho for continuing and persisting in doing this prayathon for over a year and a half now. I rejoice in the opportunity to be part of this Sangha, and I turn it over now to Ciliana in Italy.
Ciao, how are you?
Fine, how are you doing, Ciliana?
Very well, thank you, very well. Yes, everything is okay, you know, my family is okay. So, no problem, no problem. And yeah, I rejoice all the time. I say, I'm so fortunate for everything I have, you know, so it's just like, I'm so grateful. So how are you?
I'm doing well. You have beautiful backgrounds. I love this image too now of Thangtong Gyalpo, another image.
Yes, it's a different one. Yes, I play with Photoshop, you know.
And congratulations, by the way. So your new monastery is getting off the ground. I saw some pictures.
Yes, it's starting, you know, in March, probably we have like the final step, and then probably we can start to dig the road and everything. So it will be very nice. So,
I really, really rejoice. How wonderful. How amazing.
Yes, it's fantastic. Yes. Okay. Thank you very
Take
much.
care,
Take care.
bye.
You too. Ciao, ciao, ciao,
Ciao,
ciao.
ciao.
Buongiorno a tutti quanti. First of all, I'd like to thank the Chenrezig Institute people that have been so kind and so kind of giving us so much continuative support for this event of the marathon that is going on since 1.5 years now. And thanks very much to Thangtong that is taking care of giving us all this wonderful support, encouraging everybody to do this marathon. Ok, buongiorno a tutti quanti e benvenuti a questa maratona. Siamo già arrivati alla 70ª settimana, quindi siamo già più di 1 anno e mezzo che stiamo andando avanti con questa preghiera, che è una cosa fantastica perché ci rende tutti quanti vicini, ci rende, sì, ci fa stare molto vicini, ma purtroppo stiamo continuando perché la pandemia non è ancora finita e quindi è abbastanza difficile per quello, insomma, vabbè. E quindi pregherei alle persone che stanno ascoltando via Zoom di chiudere il microfono, per favore. E quindi adesso siamo qui e facciamo la maratona di preghiera insieme e cerchiamo di generare una buona motivazione, una motivazione che ci porta a prendere in considerazione tutti quanti gli esseri viventi che sono intorno a noi. Non siamo soli, ci sono infiniti esseri viventi su questo pianeta. Se pensiamo non soltanto agli esseri umani, ma agli infiniti insetti, animali che stanno soffrendo in tutte le parti del pianeta, più tutti quanti gli altri universi pieno di altri esseri senzienti che stanno soffrendo e che continuano a vagare in questa sofferenza continua. E particolarmente Lama Zopa Rinpoche ha incoraggiato noi di fare questa maratona di preghiera per creare una rete di energia positiva intorno al pianeta, in modo tale che la mente degli esseri senzienti possa pacificarsi e generare amorevole gentilezza e compassione che diventano appunto l'antidoto alle menti negative che sono la causa di quello che stiamo sperimentando adesso. Questo è solamente uno dei tanti aspetti del karma negativo che abbiamo generato nelle vite passate e adesso stiamo continuativamente vivendo questa situazione che ci rende veramente, tutte quante la situazione veramente molto molto difficile. Tanta gente perde il lavoro, tanta gente perde l'armonia nella famiglia. Ci sono tantissime situazioni difficilissime, quindi cerchiamo di pensare a tutti quanti gli esseri viventi che stanno sperimentando tutte queste situazioni super difficili. È anche molto importante cercare di assumersi la responsabilità delle situazioni che noi viviamo, non pensare che il karma negativo che noi stiamo sperimentando è colpa degli altri, perché gli altri non fanno questo, non fanno quest'altro, ma stiamo sperimentando questo in quanto noi stessi abbiamo creato le cause noi stessi abbiamo creato le cause per sperimentare queste situazioni di disagio, di difficoltà. Noi stessi nelle vite passate, avendo avuto una mente incontrollata, una mente completamente sopraffatta dall'attaccamento principalmente, e poi rancore e l'ignoranza che ci ha fatto percepire il resto, tutto quello che sperimentiamo, in una maniera esageratamente più grande di quello che è. Quindi generato un'attitudine di pensare che le cose negative sono molto più negative di quello che sono, avendogli dato l'etichetta di negativa, e così per le cose buone. Quindi pensiamo proprio di lasciare andare tutte queste tensioni quando inspiriamo della luce che riempie completamente il nostro corpo ed elimina completamente tutta l'oscurità. E possiamo visualizzare di fronte a noi sul nostro capo Chenrezig o Buddha Sakyamuni, oppure possiamo visualizzare Thangtong Gyalpo, Sua Santità Dalai Lama o Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Che sono la manifestazione dell'incarnazione della compassione nell'aspetto di un essere umano, altrimenti non avremo la possibilità di entrare in contatto con l'aspetto di Chenrezig o di Buddha Sakyamuni. Sono proprio delle manifestazioni, incarnazioni di queste qualità, e praticamente incoraggiano noi stessi a cercare di realizzarle dentro di noi, svilupparle dentro di noi. Ogni volta che sentiamo l'amorevole gentilezza, la compassione che sperimentiamo in relazione ai nostri maestri, dobbiamo pensare che è la compassione che noi stessi abbiamo dentro di noi. Non possiamo sentire la compassione e l'amore che hanno i nostri maestri. Quello che noi sentiamo è quella compassione, quell'amorevole gentilezza che sono dentro di noi. Altrimenti non possiamo sentire quello che è dentro il cuore degli altri esseri. Quindi immaginiamo della luce che entra completamente nel nostro corpo, lo pervade completamente, elimina completamente tutte le oscurazioni. E quando espiriamo, immaginiamo che diamo questa amorevole gentilezza e compassione a tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. Inspiriamo dalla luce bianca, che rappresenta tutte quante le qualità di amorevole gentilezza e compassione, saggezza, la pazienza di sopportare le difficoltà che siamo costretti ad affrontare nella nostra esistenza. Prima di poter ottenere l'illuminazione avremo tantissime difficoltà che dobbiamo affrontare. E se qualcuno ci critica, dobbiamo pensare che sono tutte quante pugile di lunga vita che stanno facendo per noi, ricevendo delle critiche, praticamente il nostro karma negativo viene purificato. Quindi pensiamo effettivamente e cerchiamo di generare un'attitudine mentale positiva. Visualizzando Chenrezig di fronte a noi sul nostro capo, tutti quanti gli esseri viventi intorno a noi. Con proprio la generazione di non voler più essere coinvolti assolutamente nelle emozioni distruttive, avendo compreso quanto diventi un ostacolo per la nostra illuminazione. Generiamo anche la profonda fede e fiducia nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, effettivamente adottando il Dharma come nostro stile di vita, effettivamente potremo ottenere lo stato di illuminazione. Quindi dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio, pensando in questo modo. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, le divinità meditative e dei Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito. Prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, le divinità meditative e dei Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Recitando il mantra, Mani Padme Hum, il mantra del Buddha della compassione, purifichiamo le impronte mentali negative dei nostri principali difetti mentali, appunto dell'ignoranza, della gelosia, dell'invidia, dell'avarizia, della mancanza di moralità, dell'arroganza, dell'attaccamento, così via. E creiamo le impronte per poter realizzare le 6 perfezioni della pazienza, della moralità, della generosità, concentrazione, entusiasmo, saggezza. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Oh money per oh money per me, 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 oh money. Oh money per me, 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 oh money. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Oh money per me, 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 oh money. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Oh money per me, 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 oh money. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Oh money per me, 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 oh money per me. Ora recitiamo la preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti dalle malattie, dai buddhi, dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yahweh, Signore della morte. Possono gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che primono il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere e siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei Guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei Dakini, dei protettori dei Dhammi, dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del Karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte identiche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti gradi, dalle malattie, buddha degli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yahweh, Signore della morte. Possono gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuti ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata. Che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei King, dei protettori del Dhamma, dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del Karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti di grado, alle malattie, dai buti degli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante. Non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lese malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yami, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze annose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru letterari supremi, con il potere dei King, dei protettori del Dhamma, dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del Karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora facciamo le preghiere di dedica, le strofe di dedica, e adesso abbiamo tempo per farle tutte quante. Sono tutte le energie positive che abbiamo così accumulato. Possa portare come risultato che tutte quante le nostre aspirazioni, desideri vengono soddisfatti, e particolarmente che vengono soddisfatti i desideri dei nostri maestri, in particolare poter ottenere illuminazione presto di beneficio per tutti gli esseri senzienti. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto all'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Per i malati, ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato dal Guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri, possa ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai neppure per un secondo dal puro sentiero ammirato dei vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare l'insegnamento vittorioso del Sangrapa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta, estesa dei fili dei vittoriosi, e ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi, la suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'arte, le foreste, possa io essere sempre usata dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerare ancora di più che di me stessa. Posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me. Possono tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Posso diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce i desideri e come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi o ricordarmi, e anche toccandomi e parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificati istantaneamente e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e del futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti ed esiste dalla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto esiste dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto esiste dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti esiste dalla loro parte a quello stato che è completamente vuoto esiste dalla sua parte, da sola. Sono completamente vuota di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantha Bhatt hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema a tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura. Affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del Re del Dharma, son capa, prosperi, posso tutti i segni e gli ostacoli essere pacificati, tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. Ora, a causa dei due tipi di meriti, dei tre tempi, di me stessa e degli altri, possono gli insegnamenti vittoriosi, lo Santrapa, illuminare e splendere per sempre. Per la lunga vita di santità e Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possa i santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiorgatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunat, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. E così completiamo la pratica della maratona di preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo. Quindi ora, se volete potete continuare con la prossima persona che segue, e vi ricordo che le successive sessioni in italiano saranno alle 10:30, poi dopo nel pomeriggio alle 17:30, poi alle 19 e 19:30. Con questo io vi saluto, vi ringrazio di essere state qua con noi e vi ricordo inoltre che alle ore 13 via Zoom ci sarà un incontro con Lama Zopa Rinpoche della sessione di chiusura della conferenza organizzata dal Foundation for Developing Compassion and Wisdom o l'Universal Education, e c'è la sessione conclusiva con Lama Zopa Rinpoche alle 13 via Zoom. Ok, adesso passo la parola alla venerabile Lectron.
Yes, Venerable
Hello.
Siliana. Nice
Hello.
to see you.
Nice to see you too, dear. How are you?
I'm good. I'm in Australia still. Andy's here too.
Okay,
and
good.
like Bendigo. Yeah.
In Bendigo?
Yeah.
At the Atisha Center or?
At Atisha Center. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's very hot now?
No, not at the moment. It's perfect today. It's been very cold.
Okay.
Cold
Good.
and lots of rain, but hot will come in a month or so.
Yeah, I guess. Yesterday I saw the temperature between here and there, and then they were the same. So that's the wow. Because here we have very, very, very mild autumn, you know, and the temperature is quite high. Just a few days ago, there were people that were just swimming, you know. It's really amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So we just wait and see. At the moment, it's all good. It does get very, very hot in the summer here, which is quite a bit of a bit of an
Yeah.
issue with fires and things.
Yeah,
But
let's hope not to have the fires. Yes.
yeah. Yeah. And you've been well and safe, and everyone there has been okay. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Lama Tsongkhapa Institute is a village, you know, and it's very
Yeah.
quiet, and there is no problem at all, you know. And but you know, the situation in Italy is kind of intense because our government is putting so much restriction. And anyway, we don't have to talk about this because you know, it's just like a kind of karma that we have, that we have to experience this. I don't know what we have done in the previous life, but definitely we have caused a lot of problem to other people, you know? To experience this kind of restriction that we cannot do anything, you know, just like outrageous, you know. Anyway.
If it makes you feel any better, I think Victoria, this Melbourne and Bendigo, this state of Victoria, has had the longest lockdown in all of the countries, 260 days or something of lockdown restrictions. So we were just, same sort of hardship.
Yeah, yes, we just it's better not to talk because this is a craziness that is completely pervading the world, you know. It's just like, yeah, okay. Anyway, let's hope that is going to end soon.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's hope that.
With our prayers, of course.
Yes, okay. You know, the prayers, they can help, but we have to do also some action, I think. His Holiness said that we have to take some action sometimes.
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
So lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you too. Ciao. Take care. Bye. Ciao.
Bye. So we'll take a moment to gather our thoughts and think about setting a virtuous motivation to practice for the next half an hour. Just rejoicing in our fortune to be able to connect in this way and fulfill our Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche's wishes, holy wishes. And that we are doing this for all of the beings that are suffering right now. As Venerable Siliana mentioned, some people find the restrictions very hard. And that's only one form of difficulty. Imagine the people who have actually contacted COVID and passed away. And people who have lost loved ones. People have lost livelihoods. And congested hospitals, countries that don't have adequate health care to take care of their population, don't have enough vaccines. And people don't believe in vaccines, and that's polarizing the communities. So there's many divisions, much hardship, much pain and suffering. And we think about all of them in our prayers. So we invoke Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, who has freed people from such a pandemic in the past in Tibet. By remembering these qualities of this Mahasiddha, supplicating and asking for blessings and doing the prayers with a virtuous motivation, that he comes to our aid immediately. Help us to transform our minds, to take the right actions, act in caring and compassionate way towards our own self, taking self-care, and also from that place, expanding our compassion towards kindness towards others. So with that motivation, we'll do the prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. With that, I want to show you Bodhisattva. I haven't have a digital image to share, but this is the fearless Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara that was found in Sri Lanka. And it's such an exquisite, magnificent sculpture, don't you think? I just wanted to share it, that there has been an exhibition of sacred images of Sri Lanka. And there is this particularly beautiful Avalokiteshvara. There you go. So we'll do mantra of Avalokiteshvara, Om Mani Padme Hum. And we do that with holding, visualizing 1000 Nam Chenrezig above our heads, and bringing to mind our immediate families, loved ones, friends, females on our left and males on our right. And just expanding that vision of all the people in our area, in the whole of the country, in Australia. And then thinking about others, particularly affected countries, affected by COVID. And I know in Europe, some countries are having 4th waves, 6th waves. All of the other countries, even with vaccinations, they are still having to consider lockdowns and restrictions. So this ongoing challenge that we are facing, thinking about all the beings that are affected. And remembering that this is only one kind of hardship, and it is becoming the cause of many other hardships, like loss of food, so famine, starvation, financial loss, and losing loved ones, grief, economic instability, recalling all of the other problems that come about as this domestic violence, child abuse, all the myriad sufferings that has escalated, mental health issues, alcoholism, all these difficult conditions. We think about everyone who is affected. And we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, Chenrezig mantra of Arya Avalokiteshvara, or Chenrezig. And let's visualize all the 6 realm beings, all the other suffering beings, still in samsara, surrounding us. And thinking of them in human form. So that's a form that they can receive the blessings and purify and concentrate. So we'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum with that visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So just imagining as we recite the mantra, nectar falls from Chenrezig's heart and purifies each and every sentient being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Do couple of other mantras that's relevant. So we'll Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavari, Penam Pashig Naganantayata, Savivarita, Hana Hana Vajana, Rakshasoha. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavari, Penam Pashig Naganantayata, Savivarita, Hana Hana Vajana, Rakshaso. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavari, Penam Pashig Naganantayata, Savivarita, Hana Hana Vajana, Rakshaso. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavari, Penam Pashig Naganantayata, Savivarita, Hana Hana Vajana, Rakshaso. Vajrape, Om Padmashavari, Penam Pashig Naganantayata, Savivarita, Hana Hana Vajana, Rakshaso. Om Vajrape, Om Padmashavari, Penam Pashig Naganantayata, Savivarita, Hana Hana Vajana, Rakshaso. Om Chasa Jusa Ju Chasa Junisa Nigala Chakala Jakam Sham Sham Bapte Soha. Om Chasa Jusa Ju Chasa Junisa Nigala Chakala Jakam Sham Sham Bapte Soha. Om Chasa Jusa Ju Chasa Junisa Nigala Chakala Jakam Sham Bapte Soha. Om Chasa Jusa Ju Chasa Junisa Nigala Chakala Jakam Sham Bapte Soha. Om Chasa Jusa Ju Chasa Junisa Nigala Chakala Jakam Sham Bapte Soha. Om Chasa Dusa Du Chasa Du Misa Nigula Chekala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Om Chasa Dusa Du Chasa Du Misa Nigula Chekala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. Om Chasa Dusa Du Chasa Du Misa Nigula Chekala Jakam Pesoha. Om Chasa Dusa Du Chasa Du Misa Nigula Chekala Jakam Shamba Pesoha. So just imagining Arya Avalokiteshvara is very pleased with our prayers, and from his heart emanates white nectar falling on our heads and purifying every part of our body, every cell, our body and mind. And just imagining that we are completely purified. And that Arya Avalokiteshvara turns into steam-like quality and enters our body through our crown, through the crown of our head. With this, we are now endowed with qualities of Chenrezig, compassion and wisdom. Just taking a moment to imagine yourself completely clean, clear, completely purified. And that all the beings that are surrounding us are in the same way. Their bodies are like crystal. So we'll do this prayer. Wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing. Who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of coddling and of the flourishing of degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom, and also by letting a fall of great nectar rain of loving kindness. On the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents, through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma and cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their coddling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So with that, we'll do the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll do other dedications. So just recalling the people that we are praying for, so, recalling various sufferings that are caused by COVID and the resulting effects, all the hardships and whatever else is happening in the world at the moment, thinking them all of, for all of that to be ended, and also for our holy gurus to have long life and to guide us until samsara ends. Janchuk semso rinpoche, ma ke panam ge gushe, ke panyam pa me paye, gongne gondu palwasho. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. His Holiness's long life prayer. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Lama Zopa Rinpoches, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And Lama Osos, Lord of Dharma, who in accordance with the various dispositions of those to be subdued, makes clear in the light of your well-spoken advice the sacred Ganden tradition, essence of Buddha's teachings. O foremost and holy Lama, to you who are supreme, we make this prayer of supplication. O Lama, please, please live long. So the emptiness will seal it with emptiness. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And here I just like to express my wishes for the people in Sri Lanka who have a connection with the Bodhisattva path to meet the Mahayana teachers very quickly. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side.
Hello.
So, hello.
How
So
are
nice
you,
to
dear?
see you.
Yeah,
So
very
lovely
nice
to
for
see
me
you.
too. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, just you know, kind of putting one foot in front of the other.
But are you in Australia or in Sri Lanka?
Still in Australia.
Good.
Yeah, can't travel. Yeah, that is actually good. Very safe, and there's support,
Yes,
so
yes,
that's
yes.
much better.
And for the
Yeah.
students in Sri Lanka, they have somebody that help or not?
No, they are Zoom.
Yes, yes,
And
yes.
I'm directing them to Tushita programs and
Claro.
other FPMT centers. So I mean, we are in constant touch.
Yes.
And Rinpoche asked us to build a big 5-story medicine Buddha statue.
I just remember. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just like trying to make a little replica. So there's always actually.
Okay, nice to see you.
Yeah.
Take care and say hello to everybody there, okay?
April and everyone, I will. Okay, take care. Bye.
Chao, bye, dear.
Chao.
Bueno, pues un saludo a todas los venerables y también, por supuesto, Chenrezig Institute, thank you very, very much for your continuous help. Y también, obviamente, a Venerable Dancho, que aunque no esté aquí, ya sabéis que gracias a él, pues pone mucho entusiasmo en mantener estos encuentros. Y también un saludo a los que estáis en YouTube, ¿vale? Entonces, vamos a empezar. Estamos unos momentos en silencio y luego arrancamos, ¿vale? Se nota que ha llegado un poco el invierno, ¿no? Estamos aquí todos un poquito abrigados.
Y el lunes más, y el lunes mucho más.
El lunes más. Luego, ¿qué tal por ahí?
Aquí está el día muy negro porque está muy cubierto, va a llover y la verdad es que hace fresco, más que fresco, hace ya frío. Yo como soy muy friolera, pues estoy pelada.
Aquí igual.
También está medio lloviendo y lo dejamos en fresco y no sé si frío, pero un poquito frío.
Fabio, ese altar que tienes
oscuro y frío, y el lunes viene lo gordo.
Fabio, qué bonito el altar que tienes detrás del Buda de la Medicina.
Es que ayer era el día del Buda de la Medicina, hicimos la puya y es este.
Bonito, ¿no?
Guay, fantástico. Bueno, pues nada, vamos a empezar. Fabio, recuérdame luego que recuerde lo de Lama Zopa Rinpoche a mediodía, ¿vale? Vale. Pero bueno, para que se nos quede ahí esa huella.
Y una cosa antes de que,
sí, de que arranquemos.
Ayer me contó mi amiga Maya de Bilbao que está en contacto con Nerea y que tanta quimioterapia al cuerpo no le ha aguantado. Entonces le han tenido que parar las quimioterapias y le van a poner unas cuantas sesiones más de radio a ver si eso compensa porque no aguanta la quimio ya. O sea que está muy delicadita, la verdad.
Pues gracias por compartirlo, Begoña, y así la tenemos más presente, ¿vale?
Sí.
Muy bien, venga, unos momenticos. Bueno, saludos a Drolma y a Juan y arrancamos.
Nos falta un Juan, ¿eh?
Es que él solo viene por la noche, el otro Juan, por la mañana no puede. Quiero leer una frase, una reflexión de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, de algún texto que tendría yo por ahí, y nos dice: si somos conscientes, no hay forma de ser perezosos. Innumerables veces uno tiene que tomar estos agregados. Y además, cuando dice estos agregados, no necesariamente humanos. Y ahora es cuando tenemos la oportunidad de cambiar de dirección, encaminarnos hacia la liberación, encaminarnos hacia la iluminación y así poder cortar con ese ciclo de nacer, morir bajo el control de karma y engaños. Y sobre todo, bueno, realmente es alucinante haber encontrado a Rinpoche, a su santidad el Dalai Lama, a los diferentes maestros y estas increíbles Dharma Mahayana. Entonces, recemos para que en todas nuestras vidas podamos volverlo a encontrar y que podamos aprovechar plenamente esta vida para abrir nuestro corazón, limpiar nuestros oscurecimientos y poder desarrollar todas las cualidades que nos permitan socorrer a los seres, nuestras madres. Permitámonos por unos momentos tomar conciencia de la situación de los seres en samsara, sufriendo lo inimaginable. Si estuviéramos en lugar de ellos, sería terrible, difícil de soportar. Pues aunque parezca que estamos todavía maniatados, si mantenemos una conducta moral, si desarrollamos un buen corazón, si cultivamos el camino, pues estaremos contribuyendo y acercándonos hacia ese estado en el que podamos realmente ser de beneficio a los seres, igual que nuestros maestros lo son con nosotros. Entonces pensemos, traigámoslo a nuestra conciencia mental. A la derecha tu Padre, que para muchos de nosotros, quién sabe en qué reino de existencia estará, así como los hermanos, varones de tu familia, de esta vida. Y a la derecha tu madre y mujeres de la familia. Con todos ellos tenemos una vinculación kármica especial y están esperando a ser socorridos. Y nos rodean todos los seres, tanto aquellos con los que tenemos buena relación como aquellos con los que tenemos dificultades en esta vida, pero que hay un vínculo muy cercano. Han sido muy bondadosos con nosotros, incluso aunque sean la condición para mi sufrimiento en un momento dado, nos ayudan a practicar paciencia. Entonces, Chenrezig está enfrente de nosotros, es su santidad el Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tus maestros, es uno con ellos. Ese corazón totalmente compasivo que se manifiesta en ese cuerpo luminoso, blanco, sonriente, con esa mirada dulce y compasiva, irradiando luz. Y con total seguridad de que no nos va a abandonar ni en esta ni en todas nuestras vidas. Siempre va a estar ahí guiándonos, buscándonos. Entonces recitamos las oraciones del refugio. Por aquí están, vale. Tomo refugio. No, perdón. Where is? Aquí. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia y la budidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia y la budidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis, y tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Al recitar el mantra, nos dejamos impregnar por esa energía radiante, luminosa de la bondad, la compasión, la sabiduría que fluye potente desde Guru Chenrezig hacia nosotros y hacia todos los seres. Piensa en los que están pues, ahí en las fronteras, ahí en Bielorrusia o en los diferentes países esperando pasar a otro país con la esperanza de un mundo mejor, o los que están en los hospitales, los seres de los diferentes reinos, pues toda esta energía de bondad, de compasión, de sabiduría nos impregna totalmente. Pensemos también en venerable Nerea y llena sus mentes de paz, de serenidad, de satisfacción y limpia totalmente sus mentes, sus cuerpos, las causas de sufrimiento. Recitamos así el mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Seguimos recitando el mantra en silencio. Manteniendo la visualización. Puedes centrarte también si estás experimentando algún problema específico, físico, mental, emocional o en tu práctica de Dharma, pues que se limpia totalmente con esta energía de Chenrezig, o te centras también en aquellas personas por las que especialmente quieres dedicar. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Piensa que todo tu ser, así como esas personas por las que especialmente dedicamos, que todos los seres están impregnados de la energía de Chenrezig, se han limpiado los oscurecimientos, los miedos, el karma negativo. Hacemos la súplica a Thangtong Gyalpo para que puedan, por el poder de la bodhicitta y los seres santos, que puedan las condiciones ir cambiando y sean favorables para la felicidad de los seres. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades, que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo y el espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Segunda repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo y el espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Y última repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Y hacemos la oración a Guru Chenrezig. Oh área de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor, préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar, inigualable, vasta y profunda, con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión. Te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas. Por favor, condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas. Mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Entonces visualizamos que infinitas réplicas de Guru Chenrezig salen en todas las direcciones. Es increíble las infinitas réplicas, la luz, la energía que transporta, que comunica y se sitúa en nuestra coronilla y en la coronilla de cada uno de los seres. Especialmente piensa en aquellos con los que tienes un vínculo kármico más cercano o aquellos por los que quieres dedicar. También piensa en los que están en situaciones más dramáticas ahora, tanto en este mundo como en otros reinos de existencia. Chenrezig se disuelve en luz, se absorbe en nosotros, se absorbe en cada uno de los seres. Disipando totalmente todos, aun las manchas más sutiles de los oscurecimientos, especialmente la actitud egocéntrica y el aferramiento al yo. Inundándonos de esa energía apacible, gozosa, de la bondad, la compasión y la sabiduría. Que nos determinamos a no eclipsarla, sino que se manifieste en todas nuestras actividades de cuerpo, palabra y mente. Hacemos las dedicaciones. Venerable Drolma, por favor.
Que a través de estos méritos puedan todos los obstáculos internos, externos y secretos en Oselim ser totalmente eliminados y pueda llegar toda la ayuda que ya está llegando, pero pueda llegar todas las condiciones necesarias para que se restablezca el lugar y para que el Dharma puro del Amazoncapa vuelva a esparcirse en ese lugar.
Fantástico. Venerable Begoñín.
Bueno, pues yo me quiero acordar del aumento de la pandemia en todos los países de Europa. Está subiendo mucho y aquí también, y me da bastante miedo las Navidades, la verdad, porque la gente se mueve mucho y puede haber un repunte muy grande de esta pandemia. Entonces, pues para evitar eso, que la gente sea responsable y que se pueda parar esta epidemia y que se pueda controlar, sobre todo con vacunas y alguna medicación.
Y la mascarilla.
La mascarilla y la higiene, claro.
Thank you. Venerable Fabio.
Pues yo dedico para que podamos ir muy pronto a las enseñanzas de manera presencial de nuestros gurús y también te recuerdo lo del enlace con...
Yes, ahora lo comentaré. Gracias. Y Venerable Juan.
Bueno, que la solidaridad entre los seres humanos rompa las fronteras. Es terrible ver que la creencia de la existencia intrínseca o inherente de entidades como Rusia, Europa u otras cosas, u otros países, esta creencia hace crear fronteras, ejércitos y demás cosas. Incluso lleva a matar y defender a todas estas ilusiones. Pienso que la visión correcta de la realidad trasciende a las concepciones de países, ideas y religiones y solo deja paso a la compasión. Punto.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Entonces, bueno, teniendo en cuenta todos esos propósitos y por supuesto por la larga vida de todos nuestros maestros sin los cuales estaríamos perdidos totalmente, que tanto nosotros como todos los seres en todas nuestras vidas, nunca jamás nos encontremos en Dharma Mahayana maestros perfectamente cualificados, que recibamos las enseñanzas y podamos ponerlas con pureza y diligencia en práctica para el beneficio de los seres, que todas las instituciones, centros de meditación y los que ayudan a los demás, que podamos tener continuamente condiciones favorables para seguir extendiendo el Dharma y el beneficio a los seres. Dedicamos también por toda la Sangha, aquellos que se esfuerzan en cultivar la virtud, ya sean monásticos u otros seres, que tengamos siempre condiciones propicias para tomar la esencia de esta vida y generarla preciosamente de la bodhicitta. Entonces, y que esa preciosamente la bodhicitta, si no ha nacido, pueda surgir y la que haya nacido pueda aumentar más y más y nunca degenerar, que podamos alcanzar el estado de Buda y poder conducir a todos los seres a ese estado. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, tú eres la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad. Poderoso Chenrezig Institute, que vivas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del subyugador, que sirves como el generoso que lo soporta a todos, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Manjunat, y que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas, Salvador mío y los demás, los discípulos, te lo ruego, ten una vida larga. Y bueno, pues os recuerdo que esta tarde tenemos a las 9 con Venerable Fabio otra sesión. Y se junta el otro Juan, se nos junta también. Gracias también, un saludo muy especial a los Molina, que sé que es de noche allí, pero no falláis nunca. Y algunos ya lo sabéis, otros no, pero hoy a la 1, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, en el contexto de una semana especial que hay organizada por Educación Universal, va a dar pues unos consejos, unas enseñanzas. He puesto el enlace en YouTube para los que, porque hace falta inscribirse. Entonces, os aconsejo que si lo queréis ver, que nada, que os inscribáis. De todas formas, si no os inscribís, no pasa nada si no lo veis en directo, porque bueno, yo lo traduciré y luego lo subiré al canal de la FPMT en español, al canal de YouTube, ¿vale? Y también lo he puesto aquí en el chat de Zoom. Ok, bueno, pues cuidémonos, dediquemos las oraciones por todos, recordemos a Venerable Nerea, Césare y todos los que también Churinov y todos los que necesitan más especialmente de nuestras oraciones ahora, ¿ok?
Pero no, ¿cómo están tus ojos? Porque te veo siempre con las gafas de sol.
Mira, están bien, lo que pasa es que yo para, por ejemplo, ordenador o el móvil, pues me los pongo porque aquí hay muchos ventanales y entra muchísima luz.
Se puede bajar la persiana.
No,
no te molesta.
Es que hay un poco de fotofobia. Cuando acabas de operarte te da un poquito de fotofobia y la luz te molesta bastante. Luego ya eso se pasa, pero al principio sí pasa. Bueno, cuídate, niña.
Muy bien, venga. Pues,
una pregunta, ¿es FPMT España o FPMT Madrid? ¿Cuál es la en Facebook?
No es Facebook, está diciendo para lo del Lama Zopa Rinpoche, ¿verdad? Sí. Vale, yo te lo pasaré ahora luego por un WhatsApp, pero todas las enseñanzas traducidas en castellano de Lama Zopa Rinpoche las cuelgo en el canal de YouTube que dice FPMT Español. Y entonces conviene suscribirse y activar notificaciones. Ahora luego te lo explico por WhatsApp, Juan. ¿Vale?
Gracias.
Venga, besitos y grazie mille, Cristiana, por tu paciencia. Enjoy your session, Cristiana.
Ciao.
Thanks to all of you. Ciao cari. Ciao Pegonita. Ciao ciao a tutti.
Ciao a tutti.
Ok, cominciamo. Ciao Fabito. Cominciamo la sessione in italiano. Oggi la facciamo, diciamo così, basandoci esclusivamente sul potere delle parole del Dharma, non tanto sul potere del nostro ragionamento, della nostra riflessione, della nostra concentrazione, cioè più concentrazione abbiamo meglio è, più riflessione produciamo rispetto alle parole sacre del Dharma meglio è. Però io non ve la guido oggi, ok? Oggi quello che facciamo è cercare appunto di utilizzare la nostra attività personale, non farci guidare che deve essere sempre qualcuno a dirvi le cose. Allora, no, il punto, la verità è che c'ho un po' di febbre e che non me la sento di impegnarmi. Allora, siccome c'è un po' di febbre, siete voi che dovete diventare indipendenti, autonomi, interattivi. Ok? Cominciamo con la presa di rifugio. Un attimo che vi prendo la videata. Eccola qua, ce l'abbiamo. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, infiniti come lo spazio, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, infiniti come lo spazio, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, infiniti come lo spazio, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Quindi adesso immaginiamo davanti a noi la figura di Buddha Avalokitesvara, il Buddha della perfetta compassione, della vittoriosa compassione che libera tutti gli esseri dalla sofferenza. Immaginiamo che è in grado di dare a ciascuno di noi il nettare che guarisce dalle nostre specifiche ottusità, malattie, problemi, cattiverie, tutto. Abbiamo già recitato noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti, io e tutti gli esseri senzienti. Quindi tutti gli esseri senzienti sono qui insieme a noi. Buddha Avalokitesvara è davanti a loro con un corpo luminoso che emana raggi di luce che entrano in ciascuno di tutti questi infiniti esseri, li purificano dai difetti e donano loro tutte le qualità per ottenere velocemente il progresso nel sentiero e lo stato del risveglio definitivo. Quindi pensiamo che tutti noi abbiamo questa meravigliosa fortuna e i nostri corpi vengono tutti purificati, resi trasparenti, leggeri, ripuliti e emanano non tanto luce quanto positività. Chiunque viene in contatto con noi sente felicità, ok? Sia che il contatto avvenga direttamente, sia che avvenga indirettamente, come succederà tra poco quando faremo le dediche. Ora, per sigillare, rafforzare, approfondire questa benedizione che riceviamo, recitiamo il mantra di Buddha Avalokitesvara, prima a voce alta e poi sottovoce, in modo da poterlo recitare più velocemente. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Mani Padme Hum. Recitiamo la dedica composta da un grande meditatore per pacificare un'epidemia in un monastero di scuola Sakya in Tibet. E con questa preghiera i monaci di quel monastero erano guariti. Quindi è una preghiera efficace. Noi la recitiamo per tutte le malattie e le sofferenze del mondo. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero collocati all'interno della bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità di karma e i suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte non appena vengono pronunciate. Ora recitiamo la dedica. Io ce l'ho in inglese, però ve la traduco, ok? Non capisco perché non la prende. Un attimo, Ok. Condividi. Eccola. Possa la preziosa mente dell'illuminazione che non è ancora sorta sorgere, quella che è già sorta non declinare, ma accrescersi sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana mancano anche di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca, mentre causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le vostre benedizioni per discernere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Questi due pensieri. 1. Samsara e Nirvana mancano anche di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca. 2. Cause ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sorgono infallibilmente. Per quanti esseri ammalati vi siano, possano essere velocemente liberati da ogni malattia. Possono tutte le malattie, senza eccezione degli esseri trasmigratori, non verificarsi mai più. In tutte le mie vite, mai separato dai guru perfetti, possa io godere del Dharma magnifico e, completando le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, possa io velocemente ottenere lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come mio diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, qui è tradotto male, che agisce come nostro diretto amico Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possa io non distogliermi mai, neanche per un secondo, dal sentiero puro altamente ammirato dai vittoriosi. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, il vento, le medicine e gli alberi della foresta, possa io sempre essere utilizzato da tutti gli esseri senzienti come loro vogliono, senza fare nessuna resistenza. Possa io tenere gli esseri senzienti cari come la mia vita. Possano gli esseri senzienti tenere me massimamente caro. Possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me e tutta la mia virtù maturare su di loro. Finché tutti gli esseri senzienti non saranno liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se ho già ottenuto la suprema illuminazione. Possa io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri e come un albero che concede i frutti di tutto ciò che si vuole, soddisfacendo tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Tramite il mero vedermi, udirmi, pensarmi o ricordarmi, così come toccarmi o parlarmi, possano tutte le sofferenze istantaneamente essere pacificate, possa esserci felicità per sempre. A causa dei meriti passati, presenti e futuri, raccolti da me, dagli innumerevoli Buddha e dagli innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dal loro proprio lato, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dal mio proprio lato, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dal suo proprio lato, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti completamente vuoti di esistere dal loro proprio lato a quello stato vuoto, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dal suo proprio lato, tramite me stesso da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dal mio proprio lato. Questa è una dedica composta da Lama Zopa. Significa non c'è scampo, è tutto vuoto di esistere dal suo proprio lato, soprattutto e massimamente il sentiero verso l'illuminazione e l'ottenimento dell'illuminazione. Dedico tutte queste virtù per essere in grado di addestrarmi proprio come l'eroe Manjusri, che conosce la realtà, e proprio come Samantabhadra. Dedico completamente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica lodata come la migliore da tutti i vittoriosi che sono andati oltre nei tempi passato, presente e futuro, per poter avere una buona condotta. Perché la via del Dharma, del re del Dharma Tsongkhapa fiorisca, possono tutti i segni di ostacoli essere pacificati e le condizioni conducive essere complete. A causa dei due tipi di meriti dei tre tempi, di me stesso e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso, lo Santrapa e sempre la Tsongkhapa, splendere per sempre. Ora, le preghiere di lunga vita per due delle emanazioni di Buddha che conosciamo, ce ne sono tante, ne conosciamo sicuramente più di due, noi che pratichiamo il Dharma, però per brevità preghiamo per la lunga vita di due di loro, di due grandi tra loro, e ricordandoci che è una preghiera anche per la lunga vita di altri maestri puri. Tu che sei il gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, sorgente di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile e supremo Tenzin Gyatso, possa tu avere una lunga vita e i tuoi santi desideri essere spontaneamente soddisfatti. Quindi questa era la dedica per Sua Santità il Dalai Lama. Ora per Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu che sostieni la moralità del soggiogatore, tu che servi come potente aiuto per tutti, tu che supporti, preservi e diffondi la vittoriosa dottrina di Manjusri, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre gioielli, Salvatore di me stesso e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Bene. Penso che abbiamo finito. Ringrazio tutti di avermi seguito nonostante la debolezza che ho mostrato. Venerable Tenzin Tekchok.
Yes, hello, good day.
Hello. Okay,
How are you?
You can start. I'm so. Today little fever.
Okay.
It's not important. Okay, so you can start. You have more time today. Okay.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
So, good morning. We will do together the COVID prayers in order to pacify this pandemic. And I'm Tenzin Tekchok from Nalanda Monastery. And let's start with taking a good body posture. If you're sitting on a cushion or on a chair, it's important that your back is upright. As usually you can visualize your spine as a pile of coins. And this is very stable, but also flexible. And then go scan through your body, the present state of your body. Are there any tensions? And try to release these tensions. Just let go. And then observe your breath. How is the state, the process of your breath? And let the breath just naturally flow. without trying to control it. And for some moments, we simply observe our breath. And then visualize on your right side is your father. On your left side, your mother. All sentient beings to whom you are attached to are sitting behind you. And those to whom you have difficulties are sitting in front of you. Then we visualize all those sentient beings who are suffering from the pandemic. If you know personally a person or persons, try to visualize them, and especially their suffering. This pandemic gives not only physical suffering, but a great deal of mental suffering. There's a lot of anxiety, loneliness because of being in a lockdown. And being afraid of losing the job. There may also be anger. And in many countries of the world, poverty is increasing. And also human rights are decreasing or not being respected. So we try to visualize all their sufferings and decide to do this practice in order to help them, to support them. But our abilities to do this is very limited at the moment. So in order to expand, to increase our abilities and go beyond our limitations in helping, we make the decision to become a Buddha, a fully completed, enlightened being. And we visualize this being in front, in the space, sitting on a very precious, wonderful throne, sitting on a lotus, sun, and moon seed. It can be your teacher, or it can be Shakyamuni. Or your teacher or guru in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. And we try really to develop a mind of going for refuge, a mind of respect, and admiring. And then we start with the virtual speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. And then we start to recite the compassion mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. You may visualize the syllables of the mantra standing upright on a moon cushion at your heart. And while you're reciting, these syllables are turning clockwise, like in a prayer wheel, and absorbing, drawing back all the sufferings of the sentient beings around us, but also our own suffering. And you may visualize this suffering, which is drawn into the syllables as black smoke or black liquid. And while reciting the mantra and turning clockwise, the suffering is transformed into bliss, happiness, comfort, healing. And it's emanating to all the sentient beings, touching their heart, filling their body and mind, and be released from all suffering. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum.